waiting for me. I wake up for him. I know he needs me, but I'm the lucky one. Even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community, or call 877-333-5885. Caregiving Resource Center. Support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
People been saying to your friend, get a different face, and posting on their feed, they're super ugly. The things they say with them online are true and they're not true. So tell your friend, I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, I know what to do. Emoji to stop the bullies.
Know someone who's being bullied online? Send the witness emoji. It looks like an eye in a speech bubble, and it's in the symbol section near the clocks in your phone. You'll let the world know it isn't cool, and you'll let your friend know you care. Learn more about the witness emoji at eyewitnessbullying.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
It may be hard to believe, but people just like you are already saving money. Feedthepig.org makes it easy. Their simple savings plan teaches you how to start saving without going overboard. So you don't need to mooch off your friends.
You gonna finish that grape?
You mean the one in my mouth?
You don't need to stop buying the necessities.
What you're smelling is a natural musk.
Ew.
You don't need to be a medical test subject.
How do you feel? Mostly okay. Sometimes, though.
You don't need to get a second job as a stuntman.
We need to do stuff. Let's break for lunch.
You just need an internet connection. Don't get left behind. Start your personal savings plan with the tips and tools on feedthepig.org. That way, you don't need to sell your soul to the devil.
$15.
All right, deal.
Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
The New York Giants had one of their worst losses of all time on Sunday at Mile High Stadium, giving up 33 points in the fourth quarter to fall to the Broncos 33-32 as kicker Will Lutz won the game with a 39-yard field goal as time expired. How safe is Brian Daboll and the rest of their jobs, including defensive coordinator Shane Bowen, after this embarrassing fiasco? And the ALCS heads to a pivotal Game 7 tonight as the Mariners and Blue Jays battle it out in Toronto for a chance to take on the defending champion Los Angeles Dodgers, who swept the Brewers behind a legendary Game 4 effort by superstar Shohei Ohtani, who threw 6 shutout innings with 10 strikeouts and hit 3 home runs at the plate. Regardless of who wins the ALCS tonight, will it matter with the buzzsaw that is the deferred Dodgers waiting for them in Chavez Ravine? And before we dial it up to 11 and hear some new Jabba rules, we will whip around the rest of the NFL's Week 7 slate on another fantastic rendition of the best damn sports show in the business, live here on Monday night. It's Jabba and the Mound.
Give him a significant. They're going to have a ton of money to spend. Why not put it in one of the top 3 offensive players in the league? We're going to be looking at Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that.
This is a game where you got to go perform.
I told you, Giant fans, that Saquon Barkley, at this point, I'm gonna find him all. A 7-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off. Taking time. Say whatever you want about Patrick Mahomes. He's the best quarterback in the NFL. Really? And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. And back and forth through my mind behind a cigarette.
listening to Jabba and the Mouth.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to a new episode and a new show of Jabba and the Mouth. You know who I am. My name is Errol Marks, my co-host, Jabba Chamberlain, and Speedy Petey. Remember, you can call us again at 631-672-3108. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouth, every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. I've been twirling in this chair all friggin' time. I will say this. A lot to get into with football. It's been a crazy, crazy weekend for New York sports, especially. Aaron Judge is the new American League MVP. I think people forget about that. I think that was the thing that just launched for all the people out there that were not thinking that it was going to be him. It's not Raleigh. It is the one and only Aaron Judge that is going to win the American League MVP. But I will say this, and I know a lot of people sitting here today are probably wondering my thoughts or all of our thoughts on what happened to the New York Giants in their debacle. There's a lot to get into with the New York Giants and their organization. And the reason why is, ladies and gentlemen, is I just finished watching the Saquon Barkley documentary. And if you're a Giant fan and watch that, it would piss you off. I don't care who you are. And I know everybody keeps saying it won't be announced. It's what has been said. It hasn't been announced, Fish. I know it's not been announced, but it's pretty much in the bag for Aaron Judge. I read a bunch of things that he's getting all the first place votes. It will be announced in November 13th. Aaron Judge is going to win the MVP. I'm telling you right now, you could book it. I've read a bunch of stories. He's winning it. So you could say it's going to be announced November 13th. I read a bunch of things over the past 48 hours, 72 hours, that Aaron Judge is winning the first place votes, which tells me he's going to win the MVP. So it's not going to be Raleigh. It's going to be Aaron Judge. And you will hear the announcement November 13th. It will be Aaron Judge. And it's going to be a landslide. All right.
It'll be interesting to see, but the difference between the MVPs, because there's multiple MVPs technically that they vote on, but obviously the writers one is the one that counts when they have that. But it'll be interesting to see like some of the minor I guess publications or whatever for MVP to see, because Cal Raleigh's got one already from like I can't even remember what it was, but it'll be interesting to see if he gets any first place votes on the big MVP ones.
What I'm hearing is Aaron Judge is winning on a landslide. A lot of different writers have written stories over the past 24 to 48 hours, and they're saying that Aaron Judge is running away with it right now. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm pretty sure about this. You can book it. You can send it in. He's going to win the American League MVP. I'm positive on that. And you remember I said this when November 13th comes around and they say Aaron Judge wins on a landslide, the MVP. But I finished watching the Saquon Barkley story and the documentary, and I was shocked on what I watched today. I'm really, really shocked, because if anybody has watched this documentary, you would understand what the Giants did to this guy. This guy wanted to be a New York Giant. He wanted to stay a New York Giant. As a matter of fact, he told Mara that he would take $11.5 million if they offered him the guaranteed money right off the bat, that he would stay with the Giants for $11.5 million. He said it on the documentary, and Mara was not going to obey. He wasn't going to agree by it, and either did Joe Shane. Joe Shane was sitting there. He talked to Joe Shane 3 times on that documentary, and Joe Shane told him, Mara's not trading you. Mara's not trading you. So you're going to either have to play out, you're going to have to play out your contract or play out the franchise tag. and deal with it, or don't play, sit out. Pretty much what he was telling him. And so bad, it was so bad that Saquon Barkley fired his agent, his old agent, which he's been with really since college, since Penn State. And then he hired a new agent because he didn't like how his old agent was working the phones with the New York Giants. Didn't like how she was really negotiating his contract. And you could see how frustrated Saquon Barkley was. And as much as he didn't want to be an Eagle, he was happy the Eagles gave him that extension. He was happy that he was going to be an Eagle because the Eagles offered him $25 million guaranteed, which the Giants would not. And all Joe Shane kept saying in the documentary to Saquon is, well, we got to fill in certain spots. We got to fill in certain roster spots. Saquon, we respect you. We love what you do. You're a big part of this franchise. You're the face of this franchise, but we can't pay you.
Do you think he was he getting an earful like Joe Shane from somebody? Or what do you think?
I don't think so. I think Joe Shane was making the decisions, and he was speaking to Mara. Mara wanted this thing done. Joe Shane was saying, well, we need to fill in this spot. We need to fill in that spot. We're weak here. We're weak there. And Saquon was the face of the organization. As a matter of fact, there were tons of analysts on the documentary that said, who does everybody line up for to get their autograph? Nobody was lining up for Dexter Lawrence. Nobody was lining up for Daniel Jones. Nobody was lining up again for any of their stars, even Burns when he got there. Nobody was lining up for him. They were lining up for Saquon Barkley. And Saquon was the superstar. He was the face of the organization. And they decided in such a unique way, and I'm trying to make excuses for this player that has been the face of the organization for 5 years. And what's so interesting about Saquon Barkley is the documentary, why he made this documentary was really to follow through on his career. And he started this in 2019, before he was drafted by the New York Giants, when his final year at Penn State. And he got so much video. You got a chance to get to know his family. His sisters weren't on it. I know he's one out of 7 kids, I think. He has 6 sisters, and there's only one brother. But I will say
so how long was the documentary's been going?
Documentary's done. It was a 2-hour documentary. It was an hour.
But it started in 2019?
2019. Now he's got video of when he was a kid, and you see a lot of things, and they talk about his parents were in the documentary. You get to know a little bit about his father, that his father was in jail, and that his mother kind of saved his father's life, and they moved away. His mother got him away, and when his father was doing drugs, his mother was working 2 jobs, 3 jobs to keep food on the table. And that they were talking about they were living in one room with heaters, and they weren't living on the streets, but they were practically living on the streets. It's a crazy story. And you look at Saquon Barkley now and just how great of a man he is. And you see the growth of his children in the documentary. It's fantastic. It's a really, really good documentary by Prime. I give a shout out to Prime Sports for putting out a documentary like that. It was sensational. It really was. And if you're a Saquon Barkley fan, it's a must watch. It's a must watch documentary. And I respect Saquon Barkley even more, because if you're a Giant fan, and I hate the Giant fans on what they said, because they were interviewing when he played the Giants in the first game back at MetLife, and they were asking fans, and the fans were like, well, he went to the bad team. He went to the team in the same division, a team that we can't stand, all this other. Like, listen, the Giants didn't give you the contract. The Giants decided to part ways with you. Yes, Mara let you go. He didn't franchise you a second time, so he let you go to free agency. But I don't think John Mara thought that anybody was going to give him an extension the way he got it from the Eagles. And the fact that
do you think the fans will have a different, like, do you think the documentary is that good where they did a good enough job where now the ones saying that will look back and be like, oh man, like now I sound like an idiot because they really didn't do anything?
You would hope so. You would hope so. I feel bad for Saquon because he so badly wanted to be a Giant. He wanted to retire as a Giant. He said it to Mara 3 times on the documentary. He said it to Joe Shane 3 times on the documentary. He said it to his agent and 2 agents 3 times each on the documentary. He talked to his friends, his wife. You see the video. There's so much footage. How much he wanted to be a New York Giant, and the Giants just didn't respect him enough. They didn't really buy into the Saquon Barkley situation. And I feel bad for him because when he played the New York Giants at MetLife Stadium, he had so much passion to just jam it right down their throats at MetLife. And he wasn't jamming in the fans' face. He was jamming at the players' faces. When he was on the goal line and he put it in, he jammed it in there and he was telling them that you have nothing on me. You have nothing on me. You're like little boys. You're like little boys. That's all he kept saying in the documentary. And it just shows you how much passion this man has and why the Giants should never let go of this guy. To me, it was just so, it was a must watch, and it's so very well put together. And Saquon is one of those guys that he recorded everything. And he also reached out to Franklin. When this was going on, when the Giants didn't sign him, he reached out to Penn State's Franklin, who just got fired, and he asked him, what should I do? Where do I go? And he says, Saquon, you don't sit out. You go and play. Show them what you're made of. That's who you are. That's the type of player you are. And he says, absolutely. Saquon Barkley did not sit out. In the offseason, he went to all the OTAs and everything. It shows you the kind
that doesn't happen a lot. Dudes like that don't you? I mean, they might show up for OTAs, but they don't participate.
Nope. And it just shows you the type of person Saquon Barkley is. The type of fan he is to the New York Giants. Remember, he's from New York. He wanted to stay in New York, even though his family lives in Pennsylvania, and he's now closer to his parents because they live in Pennsylvania. His sisters live in Pennsylvania. He wanted to stay in New York. He was from New York, the Bronx. So he spoke very highly of the New York fans and everything like that, and he was upset. He really was upset when the Giants decided to part ways with him, but he's really happy on his new endeavors over there with the Philadelphia Eagles, winning a Super Bowl, getting a chance to see what he did that unbelievable season. His first year with the Eagles should have broken Eric Dickerson's record. And by the way, he even said it. If he played in that final game against the Giants, he breaks that Eric Dickerson record and probably wins the MVP that year. Probably wins the MVP that year if he breaks that record. And he said, for the team and for the organization, I wasn't all about my own endeavors and my own winnings and MVPs. I was about winning championships. That's what I want to do. I want to win championships. And that's all I care about. It's not about my MVP awards. And even the game, some of the games that he played, when the coach was going over there to him and saying, well, you can break this record. You could break that. He says, listen, let the other guys eat. Let the other guys eat. It just shows you the type of person Saquon Barkley is. And I was just enamored how great of a person this man is. And I'm telling you, Giant fans, Eagle fans, any fan that wants to check out this documentary, it is a home run documentary by Prime. Loved it. Congratulations to Saquon Barkley. It was a sensational documentary. At 8:45, we will be talking to former Saints, Dolphins, and Patriots Super Bowl champion, defensive end Rob Ninkovich. And by the way, so everybody knows this, I want to give a shout out to the Old Myth for landing this wonderful guest. I had a chance to possibly meet Rob Ninkovich years ago at Foxwoods. He was doing autograph signings. It was the day before he was going to be there to sign autographs. Me and Mikey C were doing our show, and we decided to leave. We didn't want to do that, and we wanted to get out of there before the onslaught of craziness of Patriot fans. So it's going to be fun to interview somebody that we could have interviewed years ago. So I'm very excited about that. So it's been a crazy, crazy weekend for me. I'm trying to give you all the energy I possibly can, but Giant fans, I don't know how much energy you're going to get from this one. In one of the most absolutely worst fourth quarter collapses in NFL history, the New York Giants lost to the Denver Broncos 33-32. The Giants had a 99.8% win probability when they were leading the game 26-8 with under 6 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. In his worst play as a professional, Jaxson Dart followed a Bo-Nix touchdown with a horrible interception with under 5 minutes to go, setting up the Broncos in the red zone. Nix had 2 passing touchdowns and 2 rushing touchdowns in the fourth quarter in a historic comeback win. Dart redeemed himself late in the game on a touchdown drive with the Giants, down with under a minute to go. But the Giants' backup kicker replacing Graham Gano, they missed his second extra point, putting the Giants up only 2. Then the hero of the day for the Broncos was Giants defensive coordinator Shane Bowen, who played a version of prevent coverage, dropping 8 back and only rushing 3 in the eventual game-winning drive, with only Brian Burns of the starting defensive line group on the field to start the drive. NFL sack leader Brian Burns and All-Pro defensive tackle Dexter Lawrence placed blame at Bowen's feet when Burns was caught yelling at him on the field, and with Lawrence telling reporters to ask the coaches what went wrong in the fourth. Brian Daboll said he does not plan on making any changes to the coaching staff after the loss. The Broncos became one of just 4 teams in NFL history to score 30 or more points in the fourth quarter after being shut out for the rest of the game. Well, Giant fans, there's a lot to eat on this one. A lot. And if you're a turkey eater and Thanksgiving's around the corner, you're going to have to eat a lot of turkey and a lot of sleeping after this game. Honestly, this should have fired Brian Daboll. This should fire Brian Daboll. You're up 19-0 going into the fourth quarter. 19-0 going into the fourth quarter. There is no reason why you gave up a 19-0 lead against a Bronco team that's had problems scoring for the last 3 weeks. They couldn't score against the Jets. How does Brian Burns, Dexter Lawrence, and this front seven, who's one of the top 7 front sevens in football, give up 30 points in the fourth quarter to a team that can't score? Jaxson Dart, everyone wants to blame Jaxson Dart for that interception. He's a rookie. He's going to make mistakes. Rookies make mistakes. You cannot expect this kid to make every single throw and do it so perfectly in his first season, which, by the way, he didn't even start. Russell Wilson did. It's the defense that choked in this game. It was this front seven, which has been fantastic. And by the way, what the hell is Thibodeau doing in the fourth quarter? Where the hell is that deer in the headlights? The guy has no idea how to play defense. This guy's standing there and sitting there on the sidelines trying to make excuses after that complete debacle in the red zone. How do you play a game like that and expect to go out there after the game and speak to the press and point your fingers at the coaching staff? How about you're the ones making the money? You're the one out there. Dexter Lawrence, you're making big money. Burns, you're making big money. Your front seven. Thibodeau, you expect to make a lot of money at the end of the season. And you go up in the fourth quarter and lay up a lousy goose egg when you could be 3-4 and a borderline playoff team right now? And everybody wants to point their fingers at Bowen. Is Bowen a good defensive coordinator? I never thought Bowen was a good defensive coordinator. Where did he come from? The Tennessee Titans? Come on, guys. But before he got this job, before Bowens got this job, did anybody really know who he was? Honestly, he's not Todd Bowles. He's not Robert Saleh. He's not one of those. He's not guys like Aaron Glenn. These guys, this guy, just be honest. This guy on Tennessee, they had a good defense last year. He is not one of those world-renowned defensive coordinators. And to sit here and point your fingers at him, Listen, the players got to play. You got to go out there and make plays. That's why you're out there. And there's no excuse for any of the players on the football field. And by the way, the offense that went dry, the Cam Scataboos, everybody loves Cammy. They love the way he plays. They love how he runs his head into people's guts. What did Cam do in the fourth quarter when you needed him? Nothing. I don't want to hear it, Fish. You want to tell me he caught the ball, he ran the ball. Scataboo, to me, needed to play better in the fourth quarter. If you want to be considered an elite running back, you want to go dancing around and doing your stupid, crazy, stupid dances in the when you're getting to the end zone, your backflips. And I don't care, Fish. You can make all the excuses you want. Oh, the offense wasn't the problem. Yeah, it was. Because when the going got tough, they couldn't run the ball when they needed to. The offensive line sucks. The only guy on that offensive line that's worth a damn worth of poo, I'm not going to say the real word I want to use, is Thomas. That's the only one. That whole offensive line is crap. It's crap. You're not going to sell me on that. And again, there's a lot of blame to go upon this loss. Everybody wants to blame the quarterback, the coach. This team is just, that game was very jet-like. That to me is the biggest joke. Speedy, you keep pressing the button over here. You see what you're doing over here. Look on the bottom. The fact here is the New York Giants are in a bad position now. And Dable, who looked like was going to keep his job in the offseason, because if he pulled off this win against this Broncos, this is not a good Broncos defense. I'm not, no, this is a good Broncos defense. This is not a great Broncos team. It's not. We thought that this was going to be an all-world offense this year. Bo Nix, his second year with this offense. I know, and I said it, they don't have a secondary wide receiver, and it's been a big problem. They used Mims a lot in the fourth quarter. Mims was being used a lot in the fourth quarter. I don't know if this Bronco team is going to win any championship if they don't add some offensive help. And Bo Nix, he's having a sophomore year that we have said sophomore years are not very good for these young quarterbacks. And he's not even young. He's really a veteran because he came into the league later in his career. He's 24 years old when he was a rookie, almost 25. He's what, 26 this year? I mean, Sam Darnold's been in the league for how many years? 8 years?
Yeah, this is year 8 for him.
He's 28. Bo Nix has only been in the league for 2 years. Sam Darnold has been in the league for 8, and he's what, 2 years, a year and a half older than Bo Nix? My thought here is the Broncos defense is sensational. It's the best defense in the league. We knew this. We knew this going into this game. We knew this going into the season. This is a great defense. But if they can't put points on the board, they're not beating teams like the Eagles. They're not beating Kansas City in the playoffs. They're not beating Buffalo. And even if Baltimore sneaks in or even the Bengals sneak in, I don't think Pittsburgh's any good. And I think Pittsburgh's going to come down to their game because as much as Aaron Rodgers looks half decent this year, this is not what we expected. At least what I expected this Pittsburgh team to be. I thought this was going to be an all-world defense and a decent offense. This has been a better offense and not a very good defense this year in Pittsburgh. So I'm just speaking my thoughts here. The Giants had a chance on Sunday to go 3-4, be on a winning streak. They beat the Eagles. They beat the Broncos, back-to-back games after losing to the Saints. And had a chance to make a run for the playoffs. They're not making the playoffs now. They don't stand a chance. Not a chance. Because now they're 2-5 instead of 3-4. And even if the Commanders look bad, which I've said Jay Daniels is again hurt, and the Commanders a sophomore year again. Caleb Williams looks better in his sophomore year instead of his rookie year, but that's just why I told you Caleb Williams is special because he still had a good freshman year, and now his sophomore year is even better because he actually has a competent coach. Dable is on the hot seat, deeply on the hot seat now. And honestly, if they lose another game like this, or if they have a lead going into the fourth quarter and lose the lead in the fourth quarter, Dable's going to get fired. There's no way John Mara is going to keep this guy as the head coach after this debacle of a loss. This is as bad as, and I know this isn't the Super Bowl, this is as bad as the Atlanta Falcons and the New England Patriots. It's as bad. It's the same game. It really is. Think about it. The Giants were up what? What was the score? 26 to, what was it? 26-8. What was the Patriots? Well, I mean, what was Atlanta's lead in the fourth quarter?
20-9.
28-9. It's practically the same game. It happened practically the same way. And I'm going to tell you this. The Patriots had Tom Brady. The Broncos have Bo Nix. Bo Nix, who barely threw 300 yards in a game all season. And he was a world beater in the fourth quarter to a New York Giants defense that has the best pass rusher in the league right now. Dexter Lawrence, who's probably one of the top 3 interior players in all of football. Thibodeau, who expects to get paid, one of the best young pass rushers in the league. How do you give up 30 points to this Broncos team? It's embarrassing. They have one guy, one good offensive player on this whole offense. And by the way, how could you not stop this running game? The Broncos running game, yeah, they have J.K. Dobbins. That's great, and he's been very good. J.K. Dobbins, he plays this game that puts himself out there where he's probably going to go down. Harvey's the other guy, their young rookie. This running game in the fourth quarter, they dominated a line of scrimmage. Dominated. It was embarrassing. Giant fans, I don't want to hear any excuses. There's no excuse to this. And I got a lot to say to the New York Jets. Don't you worry. I got a lot to say for my Jet fans. You idiot Jet fans. And I don't want to hear from all the other podcasts out there saying you want to blame Aaron Glenn and say Aaron Glenn needs to go. By the way, I listened to the Herd take, and I got something to say to the Herd too. This is embarrassing. And it's not about the coaching. It's the players. You got to go out there and make plays. You're making tons of money. You got to go out there. It's not the play calling. Stop with the 8 prevent. The Jets have played that year for year in and year out, and they win games. I'm not saying the Jets are any better than the Giants because they're not. But the Jets put up a little bit more of a challenge in the fourth quarter against the Broncos than the New York friggin' Giants, who had something to play for. The Jets are 0-7. They're the worst team in the NFL. To the Giants that had a chance to be second place, tied for second place in the AFC East. That's it. I'm done.
Yeah, you explained it very well. It was embarrassing on many fronts. When you look at the defense first, mainly the secondary, because it looked like they were having one of their better games of the year all of a sudden, and then they forgot how to cover. They forgot how to actually jam wide receivers, like you were saying. They had a good game plan on Sutton, and
it had nothing to do with the secondary. It really had nothing to do with the secondary. It had everything to do with the front seven. These guys are as good as any. Dude, the Giants in the last 3 weeks, their front seven. It's in the top 3 in PFF. This is one of the best front sevens in football. And you lay up a lousy goose egg against the Denver Broncos offense.
Yeah, I was going to mainly get to that too with the run defense. Like you were talking about, like they kind of surprised you by staying aggressive with the run game or the short passing game, which a lot of people were criticizing Sean Payton for throughout the year. Like way too many screen passes, especially on first down. He was getting predictable. And the Giants, well, it looked like he was adjusting to that in the beginning. Then all of a sudden they stopped doing that when Sean Payton didn't stop going with his ways. You mentioned RJ Harvey having probably his best game of the year all around. And a lot of these secondary guys finally stepping up for the Broncos that weren't stepping up all season because they've been a pretty mediocre offense so far this year. Have they had turnover issues and like sack issues? No, but it wasn't like
you know what I love about Giant fans? You know what I love? They find a way to point their fingers at guys they don't like Fish. Like our friend over here, Poops. They got somebody to point to. They want to blame it on somebody. They're going to blame the corners. They're going to blame Banks. They're going to blame that. Fish could come in. He could say whatever he wants and yap his big fat mouth because he's a Giant fan. Because that's what Giant fans do.
My mouth isn't that fat. Come on.
Yeah. It's Peyton's fault. It's a D-ball. D-ball goes down.
Look,
Front seven. Your
as
power.
soon as the corner went out, we couldn't stop a single pass. Cordell Flott's our best corner. That's the problem with the Giants.
Pressure on Bo Nix in the fourth quarter. You had all of the capability to do that.
So tell me why it's not the coach's fault when he's the one dialing up the blitzes or not, and he decides to play off coverage because he's doing like what you said they did in the Super Bowl and play this stupid type of prevent, keep everything kind of really in front of us. But when you play it like that, you're just giving up first down after first down. And then you have Dante Banks in for Paulson Adebo, and it's not about the pass coverage. He gave up those touchdown runs because he dives inside and gives up contain. He is a garbage football player at this point in his career, and he shouldn't be on the field. And they don't have any depth in the secondary, and they're screwed.
How long has Banks been in the league, Speedy?
3 years.
3 years. And he's
3 painful years.
He was a first-round talent.
Yeah, so was Evan Neal, and they don't even let him see the light of day anymore. They just keep him, him and Mekhi Becton have hamburger eating contests.
So you're going to sit here with me right now, and you're going to blame the secondary and not the front seven.
But before the front seven, I mean, Burns had another sack in the game. Burns was effective.
Not in the fourth
He's leading
quarter.
the NFL in sacks.
Who cares? If you're not winning,
That's
it
a
doesn't
big
matter
deal.
if you're leading the league. No, it's a
Well,
big
that's
deal.
true.
Look,
It's a big deal to lead the league in something, especially sacks. Of course it
You're going to
is.
sit here and tell me, oh, that's what it is.
You talked about how great Trey Hendrickson was on a losing team. That's going to be the same thing.
So we're going to sit here today, and we're going to say.
I'm paced for more.
We're going to sit here today, and we're going to talk about Brian Burns and how he leads the league in sacks. And
That's all I got. That's all I got right now.
You're the leader of this defense, and you're not putting enough pressure on the quarterback. Bo Nix is running outside of the pocket and scoring? Are you kidding me? It's an embarrassment.
Can you tell me?
Dexter Lawrence. I don't want to hear Dexter Lawrence at the end of the game pointing his finger at the coach.
You know why he pointed his finger at him? Because he didn't put him on the field. He didn't put Dexter Lawrence on the field to start the last drive. That's like when Popovich took Duncan out for that rebound in the game 6 of that finals against the Heat. Oh, yeah, let's just not have our best guy in there. Oh, yeah, he won't get a pass rush. It's Dexter Lawrence. Put 2 guys on him, he'll push the pile. Are you kidding me? Every lineman can't wait till it's pin your ears back time.
The last couple of plays of the game. That's the reason why the Giants.
Why would you not start your best player at the top 3 player on the team, if not best player, at the end of the game? Who does that? What kind of good coach does that?
I absolutely adore
no good
Giant
coach
fans.
does that. The Giants don't have good coaches.
Why do you not think that's coaching? If your players aren't on the field, they can't make the plays.
Oh, okay. All right. So because
if Jabba wasn't put into the game, he can't help win the game. It's the same idea.
Listen, Fish, you're going to find every way to make excuses for this debacle. It doesn't matter.
I'm not making excuses.
It's an excuse.
Just placing blame.
You know what the blame is? The players, when they were on the field in the fourth quarter, when they were up 19-0, it should not have even been close. You stop and you win. That's what you do. And Dexter Lawrence, Burns, his front seven, which everybody, and including yours truly, thought was a world beater going into the fourth quarter. And this could be a top 3 front seven. All of a sudden fell flat on their asses. And it has nothing to do with coaching. It has everything to do with the players showing up, play in, and play out. I could give a crap how many sacks Mr. Burns has. I could care less. He can have 25,000 sacks in the season. If they're not winning, it doesn't matter. You play to win the game. Herm Edwards said it best. Am I right, Speedy?
But yeah, and also, no matter what level of coaches you're going to have, when you're facing a coach that's as experienced as Sean Payton and even a defensive coach that's been as successful as Vance Joseph has been in 2 different stints one with Miami, not great as a head coach with the Broncos, but now his second stint with the Broncos as a defensive coordinator has been great. And you have to be able to be more creative than they've been. And I think that's where I think the talent does lie with the traditional pass rushers. And you made the comparison with the Falcons, like the Giants. That Giants defense probably has more talent on that defense collectively than the Super Bowl team with the Falcons. Maybe the Falcons had a better secondary, but the Giants have this pass rush. Atlanta didn't have a level of pass rush like that, and they get predictable with their pass rushers. Same types of the moves. Thibodeau, he's developed nicely. His moveset better. Burns obviously has been great, but you look at they're playing the same way. Good coaches are going to counter that. Like Sean Payton is going to counter that finally and make it work. I agree with you with the offensive coaching. Like, I would blame that more on the players, because I think the players, Scatabo was making some going into holes that I don't think were necessary. Jaxson Dart, I solely blame him for that interception, because he could have ran, he could have thrown
He's
it away.
A rookie.
Right.
He was trying to make a play. He saw the field differently, and he made a mistake.
No, I know.
I'm not going to blame a rookie for the loss. No, I'm going to blame the guys that are making money. I'm going to blame it on Mr. Burns sitting there and Dexter Lawrence at the end of the game. Blame the coaching staff. Give me a break. Take responsibility for the loss. Stop blaming other people. You want to blame the coaching staff? Blame yourself. Look yourself in the mirror. You're a bunch of bitches. That's what you are. That's what the Giants are, just as well as the Jets and the Jet players. A bunch of babies. A bunch of babies. And the Giant fans, I don't want to hear your crap on social media. Get rid of Dable. You know what? Get rid of yourselves. Give yourself a wedgie. You are a bunch of babies. Cry babies. Because you had a chance to win. You have a chance to make the playoffs. And you showed up in the fourth quarter playing dipsy-doodle with a team that's not even any good offensively. It's embarrassing. Absolutely.
So fire Bowen. He's the defensive coordinator. He gave up 33 points in the fourth quarter.
I would suspend the players.
Suspend Bowen?
I would suspend Brian Burns and Dexter
What are you
Lawrence.
talking about? For what?
Opening your fucking fat mouths at the end of the game.
Look, Burns said it on the field and the camera caught it. Lawrence tried not to say anything, but it was so bad. It was so bad, so irresponsibly bad by Bowen. I mean, look, Dable takes credit because he's the head coach. And he has to have better control over those end-of-game situations. He is not blameless. And I don't think he survives this either. But Bowen should not have been allowed to come home on the plane. That was terrible.
I loved the way Dable at the end of the game, you saw how upset he was. He took his headset off. He slammed it on the ground. He was upset. You saw it in his face. You could tell that he's taking this seriously. It's not like he's sitting there. And because Aaron Glenn, as much as Jet fans think that Aaron Glenn's going to get fired at the end of the year, there's no way he gets fired. This would have to be an absolute debacle. And the Jets have to be completely ram-jammed in the last 3 or 4 games of the season for Aaron Glenn to lose his job after one season. It would be an absolute crazy move for the New York Jets to go and I you know what? I want to say something before we get into the Jets. I want to say something to the herd. Okay, I have to say this. I listened to the herd the other day. Everybody knows who I'm talking about. I watch his show. He's probably one of very few people I watch because I want to laugh at some of his stupid takes. Okay? Stupid, dumb takes. When he came out and he said he has 4 ways and 4 things the Jets needed to do, and the final thing he said was, at the end of the season, keep Aaron Glenn to the end of the season, fire him, and hire Mike McCarthy. I laughed at that take so much that I'm going to write to the herd and the show to see if he will respond to my incompetent, crazy answers to why the New York Jets would never do something like that and would never throw away an ex-Jet that was a Pro Bowl player and one of the faces of this franchise in the 90s, okay? It is despicable how the herd could get away with some of the stuff that he says, and that the organization as the Jets and Woody Johnson doesn't speak up for his own coach. And the Jet fans, what a disgrace. What a disgrace. Yes, Jake Asman. Yes, I'm going to say it, and you're going to listen. Jake Asman, who went out there kissing Aaron Glenn's ring, whatever rings they were, because he never won a Super Bowl, kissing his ass. When the Jets brought him in, this guy is going to be an absolute god here in New York. He's going to win He might win championships. He might bring this team back to the forefront of winning. And then all of a sudden, in 6 games, throwing them to the wall, saying that they should fire him practically. Embarrassing. An embarrassment. Everybody, I have to say something. And Jake, you don't have to listen to this show. I could give a shit if you listen to this show. And I am going to curse on this show tonight because I'm disgusted. I'm disgusted with New York sports. I'm disgusted watching this garbage. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. Met fans making excuses. Yankee fans making excuses. Now we're going to hear Rangers and Islander fans. What's next? The Brooklyn Nets? Give me a break. I don't want to hear the Brooklyn Nets fans. And I'm going to tell you this right now. The Knicks better come out like world beaters because they're expected to win the East. Or I'm going to be taking shots at them the whole season. It's an embarrassment. It's an absolute embarrassment. New York sports is garbage. Garbage. That's what you do. This is what we're selling? Buffalo Bills even haven't looked good. As Buffalo fans say, they're the only New York team. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of watching losing. Organization, quarterback, defenses, coaches. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of this garbage. I'm watching this. I spend my Sundays watching New York football.
Java, before you go, I just want to mention Carl's comment there. He said Burns was gashed in the fourth quarter, and the front seven was flat in the fourth quarter, and the kicker was miserable. Yes, the front seven did struggle. And Burns, if he made his plays before that, yeah, maybe he wouldn't be so gassed.
And stop with the kicker. Stop with the goddamn kicker. Oh, he missed the kicker. He made the kicker go to overtime. And you would have lost it overtime.
No, I mean, you guys kind of hit everything too, but I think, and the one thing too is you guys kind of always, coaches, players, I think it's an accumulation of everything, kind of like everybody said. There's going to be blame put on somebody, obviously, right? But I think everybody in their own right has a role in the debacle. I mean, it's crazy to think there's been over 1,600 games to that point. The Giants had to lead that one, and they had a 99.8% chance to win in over 16. That's just that's not just one aspect of the team, right? That's from the coach. That's from top to bottom. So there is literally, not one finger to point. I think it's just all of it as a whole that just basically peed down their leg. I mean, there's no way to. Only person that was excited in this whole realm was my son because he's a Broncos fan. So sorry, guys, but it was interesting to see because as we were on a meeting or whatever, and it's just you could kind of see the wheels turning of like all Giants fans, and even Errol, you said it, you're like they're gonna win the game, and Fish is like don't blow this, and you're like, oh wow, you kind of look, and you're like, maybe they might blow it. And then you kind of see what happens, and listening to everybody this morning, and it's like, well, yeah, they dropped 8, they've done it before, blah blah blah. What are you going to do in that situation? I mean, obviously, I've never been in the situation, so I don't know. But I think it's an accumulation of just for a breakdown of that magnitude. It's hard for me to look at it to be able just to point it at one thing, where I think it's as a whole. Everybody needs to look in the mirror and be like, what the hell happened and how can we fix it and make sure that it doesn't happen again?
It really doesn't matter, Java, because it's never going to have to it doesn't mean anything. It's never going to happen again because the Giants just cost themselves a playoff run because now they went from 3-4 to 2-5. What are the chances?
That's a big difference.
It's a huge difference. It's a huge difference.
Because they had been tied for second, right?
They would have been tied for second or right there. Who's in second place?
Well, they'd be right behind Washington by a tiebreaker. They technically would be last as Dallas won, but they'd be right there in that 3-win cluster.
They had a very good chance to be that second team and a wild card team, maybe the final wild card team in the NFC because it's wide open. Besides the teams that we've mentioned, the conference is wide open in the NFC. So, and there's a lot of football to be played. So it's not like it's over. And we will get into the Kansas City for everybody that thinks that Kansas City is just going to run away to the AFC now that they have Bryce back and they look like world beaters against the Raiders. That's another thing. Garbage that I've heard over the last 24 hours. So anyways, game 7 of the ALCS between the Mariners and the Blue Jays is kicking off at the Rogers Center in Toronto as we speak, after the Mariners and the Blue Jays split games 5 and 6. The Mariners won game 5 at home, and the Blue Jays won game 6 back in Toronto. In their game 5 win, the Mariners scored 5 runs in the 8th inning, with Cal Raleigh hitting a solo home run to tie the game, and Suarez hitting a grand slam to give them the lead for good. In game 6, back in Toronto, the Blue Jays scored 5 runs off All-Star pitcher Logan Gilbert, including home runs from Addison Barger and Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who has 6 this postseason in just 10 games, becoming the 14th player in MLB history to do so. George Kirby goes for the Mariners, with Blue Jays sending veteran Shane Bieber to the mound in Game 7 tonight, with a trip to the World Series on the line. The Dodgers swept the Brewers in the NLCS to advance to their 2nd straight World Series and their 5th in the last 9 years. The NLCS MVP, Shohei Ohtani, had a historic performance with 3 home runs and 6 scoreless pitching innings and 10 strikeouts. Dodgers pitching held the Brewers to only 14 hits in the entire series, with a team batting average of only .118. The lowest batting average in MLB history for any series lasting longer than 3 games. This is the first time a team that had the best record in baseball has been swept in a 7-game series since 2004, and the Cardinals, who were swept by the Red Sox in the World Series that broke the curse of the Bambino for 21 years ago. Well, I'll get into the Dodgers and Shohei Ohtani because I know Jabba has like a smirk on his face that doesn't mean anything to me. But I do want to get into this series, which I did not think was going to go 7. I did not. The Mariners going up 2-0. I thought the series was over. I did not think the Blue Jays had enough inside them as far as personality-wise. I know Vladimir Guerrero came out after game number 2, after he spoke to the media, and he said, listen, we're not done. We're going to go out there and play every inning, every pitch, every game like it's our last. And boy, oh boy, did the Blue Jays do that. And the Blue Jays have shown why they are in the ALCS. They're showing you why they won the American League East. They're showing you why that this team, even without Bichette, can hit, and not only hit, dominate in the middle of that lineup. It's incredible what Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is doing. Now, when we look at this contract that he got during the season, at the beginning of the season, and was guaranteed $325 million, which is the most guaranteed money any player has ever gotten in baseball history. And I sat there and I said, what are the Blue Jays, nuts? I mean, that's just as bad as the deferred money the Dodgers were giving everybody. I mean, honestly.
Hey, Errol, let me ask you a question. Okay, so say you're in this situation. Would you rather take the 325 up front or the deferred on the back end?
325 up front. Absolutely.
But I don't disagree with you.
I mean, first of all, they're in Canada. The taxes are completely different than they are here.
Yeah.
And what is he losing there? Probably $100 million. So he's getting maybe a little bit less than that. Let's say 80 million. Well, let's just say that. I'm shooting, and maybe we'll have Fish do the economic, mathematical equation. How about we'll have Jared do that? I would love to know how much he's given up on that that guaranteed money up front. But
it's weird how they do the taxes too, because it works out because technically their offices are in Dunedin, so it's Florida.
Oh, really? So,
yeah.
Interesting.
So that's sometimes how it gets tricky. But you get paid in Canada, but since that big up front, from what I've understood from guys that I've played with before, it's technically that where their facility is. So it would technically be Florida where there's no state tax. So that would be, I would have to look at, but I remember that because when I was hurt, I was getting paid like I was in Tampa. So my checks were bigger because it wasn't like you were getting paid where you were playing at. So, but I was always like under the impression and I heard it from a lot of guys, the faster you get it, the faster you can invest it. I get some deferred money on the back end, maybe not 600 million, but like now you have that money up front, you can invest it and do a lot of other things. Where would I take some deferred? Yeah, but I don't know if I'd take 600 million deferred. I'd rather take the 325 up front.
I would definitely take the 325 up front. And even if I lost $100 million, I'm $225 million richer. So what am I complaining about? And I'm still getting more money on the back end of it. So I'm not complaining at all. And Vladimir Guerrero looks like he's worth every single penny that he is getting from the Blue Jays because he's been remarkable in this series. He was great in the Yankees series. When they needed a home run or they needed a big hit, the Yankees had a pitch around him, and that's what you want your best player to do. We know what his father was. His father was so special. And you know that, Jabba, you played against him. You pitched.
He hit a home run off me on a ball that hit the ground when he was in Baltimore. So towards the end of his career, so literally I threw a curveball that bounced and he hit a homer to left. The best pitch, honestly, they told me when I first came up, because I was a big fan of outfielders that could throw. So Vlad was obviously a guy played right field that could throw when he was with the Angels. And I was like, you know what? This is a dude like I watched growing up. I want to throw a fastball. They said literally before, if you face Vladdy, the best pitch is a fastball down the middle. And I'm like, what are you talking about? They're like, he's one of the greatest bad ball hitters. And at that point, you're naive because you don't really understand it. You're just a fan of watching the game, right? Well, I was like, I'm going to let one eat. And I threw a fastball 101 and he fouled it straight back. And I thought it was the coolest thing ever. Then I threw two sliders that weren't even near the zone and he missed them by 15 feet. So then it started to click. So I was like, boom, I'm going to I'm going to bounce a curveball next time I face him. Boom, bounced a curveball. He golfed it out to left. And I'm like, all right, this dude is, and it is a true story. Vladdy Jr. said it too. His grandma, Vladdy's mom, and she would literally, like when we'd play whatever team Vladdy was on, she would make food not only for Vladdy and his teammates, she would make them for the visiting clubhouse too. And that was like the first time I got real Dominican food. Holy cow, it's a game changer. He was so nice, and she literally would bring it over every day. It was awesome.
And that's what's incredible about the father and son. Usually when your son is being compared to the father, they never amount to anything. That's just the facts. You look at all the sports, Bronny James, we go back to Jordan brother, the Jordan sons, any one of these guys, Dwayne Wade's son, Scottie Pippen's son. I'm just, off the head, guys that I'm trying to bring up, Gordie Howe's kids that played with their father. All these ex-players, great superstar players, their sons come into the league and they try to compete, or they have the same name as their father. Saquon Jr. might play in the NFL. He already said that he doesn't want his son being a running back. I've watched the documentary. It's pretty cool what he said. I don't want my son being a running back. But nevertheless, what I'm trying to say is you always look at these guys and you're trying to compare them with father and son. And usually, besides Ken Griffey Jr., by the way, Ken Griffey Jr. was better than Ken Griffey Sr., but Ken Griffey Sr. was pretty good.
Barry and Bobby Bonds.
Barry and Bobby Bonds. Yes, I'm trying to think of father and sons that actually worked. This could go down as the greatest, father and son combination we've ever seen, because Vladimir Guerrero Sr. is a special player, one of the greatest arms we've ever seen, and one of the greatest power hitters we've ever seen. Like you said, Jobby, he hit the ball no matter where you were throwing the ball. And now you're watching Vladimir Guerrero Jr., if he could somehow get his team in the World Series and beat the bad boy Dodgers, this could be one of the greatest comebacks, one of the greatest stories in baseball in the last 20 years. It's incredible what the Blue Jays are doing. If they somehow pull off this win against Seattle and then they go in and they challenge the Dodgers and give the Dodgers all they can eat, maybe we see Bichette in that series. Yeah. We might see that, and that might change everything in that lineup. Add a little bit more depth in that lineup, and defensively, because Bichette is he's a really good defensive player. Maybe that's a different series against the Dodgers. As far as the Dodgers are concerned, Shohei Ohtani had a great series. He had a great series. And that last game, hitting 3 home runs, 10 strikeouts, 6 scoreless innings, and he threw the ball. One of his pitches hit over 100. It's incredible. It is incredible. He is. Now, what people are saying he's the greatest baseball player of all time, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
It's too early. It's too early.
It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous to even say that. And if you look at Shohei Ohtani's numbers right now in the playoffs, he's batting .220. Okay, he's not hitting. And I know everybody wants to give him all the praise. You want to give him the NLCS MVP. That's fine. He looked great in his final game. He pitched well. He hit the ball. He hit 3 home runs. Great. Congratulations. Sensational. My opinion here is, and I'm not trying to compare him to Aaron Judge. Aaron Judge hit 500 all the way through the playoffs before the Yankees got eliminated. He was hitting 500. 500. Okay? This guy is batting .220. All right? Yes, he's a pitcher. I understand that. You want to put that, and obviously Job is a pitcher, and Job is going to tell you don't understand how much pressure you have, and this and this and that, and that's fine. I'm not taking that away from him. He's a great pitcher. Good for him. But to come out there and people on social media after this wonderful performance and giving him the NLCS MVP to say that he is the greatest baseball player of all time, guys, he's not better than Babe Ruth. He's not better than Mickey Mantle. He's not better than Ted Williams. He's not better than Joe DiMaggio. He's not better than these greats that we have. That's just some of them. That's not all of them. That's some of them. He is moving towards that trajectory where you can compare him to those guys. But to say that he's the greatest baseball player of all time, it's ridiculous. Let me ask you guys a question. Shohei Ohtani, what was he batting in the World Series last year?
Like 100.
Okay. Before this series, what was Shohei Ohtani batting going into this series? In the hundreds. He was batting 188, 189. He's batting at the end of this series. He was batting a little bit over 200. And you're going to go out there and say he's the greatest baseball player of all time because it was one of the greatest performances we've seen in a playoff game? Come on, guys. This is the young Brewers. This isn't the Yankees. This isn't come on, guys. We're going to sit here and we're going to just praise Shohei Ohtani. He's sensational. He's a great player. I'm not going to take it away from him. He's special. He really is. He's a special player. I'm just tired of hearing he's the greatest baseball player of all time. It's not even close. You could put him with all the greats. No, you cannot. Go look at Babe Ruth, what he was hitting in the playoffs in his career. Mickey Mantle. Go look at Yogi Berra. Go look at their batting averages in the playoffs. And everybody's going to say, well, they don't throw 100. It's a different game. Baseball was different. Pitchers play 9 innings. They don't get out in 5-6 innings like Shohei Ohtani pitched. These guys pitched. They were starting pitchers that were going 10 or 11 innings. 342 in the playoffs. 15 home runs and 972 career postseason OPS. It's ridiculous. And you're going to put Shohei Ohtani there? Let's go look at Mickey Mantle's playoff record, playoff numbers in his career. Here it is. 257 average, 18 home runs, 40 RBIs in 65 played games exclusively in the World Series. So that's his World Series or postseason record on numbers. It doesn't matter. But what I'm trying to say is these guys are some of the greatest baseball players of all time. And we're already comparing Shohei Ohtani, who's batting 220 right now in the playoffs. Come on, guys, stop. It's ridiculous. And you want to say I'm a hater? You want to go attack me on this take on social media? Kiss my rear end. You want to look at analytics? Analytics would tell you you're on friggin' drugs. And yes, Jeff, if you listen to the show, you're on friggin' drugs too. Because Jeff sent me a nice little picture of Shohei Ohtani saying, "Hey, Earl, check me out now." And I told Jeff, I said, let me ask you a question. Would you rather bat 220 throughout the playoffs or 500? Let me ask you that question. He says, 500. Well, Aaron Judge was hitting 500. He says, no, he wasn't. I say, yes, he was. He hit 500 throughout the playoffs in 2 series. He did. So what are you going to say about that? You gonna still say Shohei Ohtani is better than Aaron Judge? Oh, absolutely. Aaron Judge don't pitch. What is that? He's a 5-tool player. He plays in the outfield. Come on, guys. This guy has all the pressure on him on the Yankees. Look what Shohei Ohtani has protecting him. Mookie Betts, MVP. Freeman, MVP. Do we want to name more? These guys are... There's only one guy that they actually drafted in their starting lineup. The Dodgers. One guy. It was their catcher. Come on, guys. You're going to try to tell me? It's pretty good. No question that he is. Will Smith. But I'm not going to say...
Isn't that kind of saying the same thing, though, Errol, that they said back in the day with the Yankees that they bought all of their... And you call them the DD.
I'm going to help you here. Jabba.
Okay.
In the 90s. Mm-hmm. In the 90s, we're going to go back.
Oh, I know where you're going with this. Yeah.
We're going to go back. We're going to go back in time. Because I love Yankee haters out there that can't stand the New York Yankees and say that the Yankees bought all their championships. Okay, let's go from the 90s, early 90s. Don Mattingly never won. 94, 95, Derek Jeter was called up. He played how many games? I think it was like 20-something games, 30-something games. His full rookie season was 95. They made the playoffs. Don Mattingly, they lost against Seattle. I remember that. They lost Jimmy Lawrence. Remember it. 96, Bernie Williams, Derek Jeter, a young Mariano Rivera, a young Andy Pettitte. Remember that? And a young...
Mo even started a couple games that year, I believe.
Wickman was the closer. Mo was the 8th inning guy. I remember it. And I also remember a young Jorge Posada. You had 5 core players. By the way, Bernie Williams, who should be in the Hall of Fame, one of the greatest playoff players of all time. Derek Jeter, Hall of Famer. Mariano, Hall of Famer. Andy Pettitte, borderline Hall of Famer. These guys were developed by the Yankees organization, the core of players. And then they brought in Scott Brocious, Paul O'Neill, who they traded, Roberto Kelly, who was a top prospect with the Yankees. Do you want me to go on? Tino Martinez that they traded for from Seattle. They traded a bunch of good young pieces to Seattle to bring in Tino Martinez. They made moves. They didn't buy players. They traded. They traded to bring in players. Yeah, they brought in an old Wade Boggs. Charlie Hayes? Come on, guys. Who made the last grab in 96 to win the World Series? Charlie Hayes. Does anybody remember Charlie Hayes? Don't even get me started with the New York Yankees because I know the New York Yankees, okay? I remember those Yankee teams. They did not buy their championships. They built around a core of players. The only championship that I could consider that they bought into was 2009. They brought in CeCe Sabathia, AJ Burnett, and Mark Teixeira. And yep, Jabba was a part of that team as well. But he was also drafted by the New York Yankees. So was Phil Hughes, and so was some of the youngsters that they had on that roster. The fact here is, guys, the Yankees did not buy their championships in the 90s. They didn't. They built around a core. This Dodger team, I call this the deferred LA Dodgers. And until proven otherwise, they bought, and if they win this championship, they bought these 2 championships. And they're probably going to win another one next year, and probably another one the year after. Because with this roster and the way this is put together, they're never going to lose. Ever. And I just think this is the way baseball wants to play it. baseball doesn't want to do anything about it, and Rob Manfred or Manford wants to play with his dinghy and make excuses and try to change the game, well, sell this big one. This team of the Dodgers, it doesn't matter if it's Shohei Ohtani, Yamamoto, or Sasaki. This is a board championship. And as far as I'm concerned, to even put Shohei Ohtani in the same conversations of those greats is ridiculous. Sell that. You can pile it up and shove it up your ass and cook it whenever you want. I just had some pizzas, some Ilio's pizzas. I ate them. I'm going to enjoy them, and you can kiss my ass because he's not anywhere close to any of those guys.
Quickly, before you fire back with Ohtani stuff, Jabba, I just want to just recap both of the series so far. The Brewers offense, you kind of could tell that if you're not going to be able to get to the Dodgers bullpen, you have no shot in this series. And the Brewers offensive depth that I was concerned about finally showed itself in that series. As far as the Blue Jays and the Mariners, another fun series like Jabba we talked about a few weeks ago with the Mariners and the Tigers. And it seems like one of those series where like the best pitchers are getting beat, and it's those newer guys, those random guys that are stepping up for them. I question the Blue Jays using Jeff Hoffman for 2 innings yesterday. We'll see if that comes back to haunt them, but should be a very interesting series and two very creative managers we've seen so far.
Yeah, I mean the series, the Brewers was kind of just exactly what you said, Speedy. If you can't get to the bullpen, then it was just there was no chance. And then obviously having Sasaki at the back end of their bullpen, and you're just like, well, all right, here we go. But no, you know what? I will agree with you on this for one reason, Errol, is you can't do like when they're talking about the postseason. He's played like parts of 2 postseason, like a postseason and a half, right? So you really can't say much. I mean, it really wasn't. I prefaced something on Twitter, and I was just like, why? You know, he ends up winning, obviously, you know, the MVP. But before that, it was, you know, he was struggling. It had been talked about. Don't get me wrong. But it wasn't front page news like it was Judge. So I wanted to hear what everybody's opinion and thoughts on it were, where, you know, winning helps. And, you know, you guys have said it, and I think everybody else understands it. It's when you win, it hides a lot of these things. But also, too, when you have those names like you mentioned and Mookie and those guys, then, you know, it does cover it up a little bit. But also, where I will say that they bought it, I don't necessarily, because every team had a chance to get these free agents, right? They had a chance. And you even said it. There's one in Will Smith that they've got. So you blame the Dodgers for it. Well, they're just doing what every other team could do. So I don't necessarily think that they're buying it or they're the ones to blame. It's the guys that don't want to spend money. And they have the same opportunity. Every owner's a billionaire. Some just have a lot more bees than the other. But you don't just own a team because that's the only thing you do. So I mean, I feel like, and I think that's kind of a common denominator of guys that have, you know, brought this question to the forefront of why is everybody looking at the Dodgers like, what the heck? Deferred money's been going on forever. It's just not been as prevalent as it is now. But you have every other team that has every opportunity to do this same thing. So don't look at them. Look at your team's owner and be like, why aren't we doing this? But we've seen what teams have done paying these guys, where just because you buy them doesn't necessarily mean you win. The way that they structured the deals, yes, 100%, where they can afford all these guys now. But, I mean, you look at the Yankees, they haven't won, and they've spent $1 billion between 3 guys. So what are you going to do? You spent $700 for the Mets plus Lindor plus all the other guys. There's $1 billion right there. So just because you spend it doesn't necessarily mean you win it. The Dodgers just are doing it, and they've had guys to buy in. Like, are you going to take deferred money to be able to have a chance to be in the World Series and know that you're going to have a pretty damn good chance? Yeah, if winning means that much, 100%. But going back to it, Ohtani right now, no, there's no way that he's on the trajectory, like you said. He's on that path, but he hasn't played long enough to even is he starting to be considered? The same thing we talk about Judge. Is Judge great? Yes. But is he going to get to legendary status? But he has to win. And he can do everything that he can do, but you can't do it by yourself either. And so Ohtani obviously has help. If he continues to do what he's doing right now, then yes, if he plays 6-7 more years and does this, then he's 100% in the question, without a doubt. He single-handedly had one of the greatest games ever. I went in and said probably the greatest game, right, is Don Larson's perfect game. But 10 punch-outs and 3 homers, and then everybody's like, well, if that was Judge, they wouldn't have pitched to him and blah, blah, blah. Well, they did, and he still hit a homer. You know how hard it is to hit a homer? And he hit 3 and punched out 10. You're probably not ever going to see that again.
I'm not saying that it's not special, but look at these numbers. Shohei Ohtani is batting .225 in his career.
I'm agreeing with you.
The playoffs. 23 hits, 8 home runs, 19 RBIs, 21 runs scored in 26 postseason career games. All right. That, ladies and gentlemen, is not a world beater. When you compare numbers like Babe Ruth, Mickey Mantle, even Roger Maris, what he did in the playoffs, Yogi Berra, what he did in the playoffs. That's just then. How about now, in these days? Look at Derek Jeter's numbers in the playoffs. Go look at Bertie Williams' numbers in the playoffs. I'm naming Yankees. So to sit here and say that Shohei Ohtani, because of what he did to eliminate the Brewers, the young Brewers, oh my God, he is absolutely the greatest player of all time. It's ridiculous. Is it one of the greatest games? If you want to say that, yeah, I guess you can consider that is one of the greatest baseball games. And by the way, I want to say something to Stephen A. Smith, okay? Because his absolute bogus take to this Shohei Ohtani thing makes me laugh. This is a man, we've gone back. Now, Stephen A. Smith is a New York Yankee fan. Everybody knows that. He roots for New York sports. He always does. Okay? In the beginning of the year, in the middle of the year, he went back and forth trying to compare Shohei Ohtani and Aaron Judge, and he said I would take Aaron Judge over Shohei Ohtani any day. After this game, he went back and forth with this in his take, and he pretty much brushed Aaron Judge's 500, his averaging 500 in the playoffs, under the rug to a guy that's hitting 220 in the playoffs, and because of one game with 10 strikeouts and 3 home runs, saying, okay, I would consider him as one of the top 5, top 6 players of all time already. I mean, come on, Stephen. You cannot sell me on any of those takes, and you're going to sell that to a sports fan. I'm sorry. I completely brushed that under the rug, and I'm not one to attack anybody on this show because I don't want the backlash, but I don't give a crap. I'm going to attack it when I feel like it's just absolute bogusness. So that's just my opinion. All right. My golf clap of the day.
This deserves a golf clap.
No doubt. Golf clap. Golf clap.
All right. My golf clap of the day is pretty simple, ladies and gentlemen. I had to laugh at this, and I got to give a shout out to Fish, my executive producer, and Jared, all the guys that were telling me about this. Broncos, Dre Greenlaw suspended for 1 game for conduct towards a ref. Denver Broncos linebacker Greenlaw has been suspended 1 game by the NFL for an unsportsmanlike conduct towards a referee following Sunday's game against the New York Giants, the league announced on Monday. According to the NFL statement, Greenlaw's chased a referee, Brad Allen, and verbally threatened him as he tried to leave the field. Now, if you think about this, just have this sink into your head, guys. The game's over. Everybody's in the middle of the field. The coaches are shaking hands. Dable's pissed off. And the quarterbacks. And this guy, Drake Greenlaw, who, by the way, is a great player. He was great with San Francisco, and he's known to be a really good leader, runs after a referee that's probably around almost 60 years old and threatens him and practically threatens his life because of a bad call that he made during the game, actually putting his hands on one of his players. I mean, how stupid can you be? How dumb could you be knowing that you're a professional athlete, you're one of the leaders, you're one of the captains of the Denver Broncos, and you go out there at the end of the game, instead of going in the middle of the field and being excited that your team just came back from that unbelievable probable loss, and you run after a referee and trying to kill him. I mean, think about it. It's embarrassing. Absolutely embarrassing. So my golf clap of the day has to go to Drake Greenlaw. I would have suspended him for another game, maybe 2, maybe 3. I mean, to think that this man would go after a lonely referee at the end of the game, you could have pulled him to the side, been a little bit more professional, not do it the way you did it was just absolutely embarrassing. So my golf clap goes to the Denver Broncos, Drake Greenlaw, for being an absolute jackass. So my golf clap goes to Mr. Drake Greenlaw. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, well, I at one point of my life, I could have interviewed this guy, okay? I could have. I was out in Foxwoods. I told the story before the show. It was the day before he was there signing autographs, and I did my show live over there. We left. We didn't stay for him. And then the next day, this guy was signing autographs, and didn't get a chance to interview him. But tonight, we will. We will be talking to former Saints, Dolphins, and Super Bowl champion of that Patriot team that I could not stand, defensive end Rob Ninkovich. But first, our Sports Minute with the Fish.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
What is up, everybody? Aaron Fishman here with your Sports Minute. Got a couple of stories before we get into the scores this evening. In tragic news, former MLB catcher Jesus Montero died in a fatal traffic accident in Venezuela, officials said on Sunday. Montero's motorcycle crashed into a truck on October 4th, and he had been hospitalized for the past 2 weeks in critical condition before succumbing to his injuries. Venezuelan baseball sadly bids farewell to Jesus Montero, leaving behind a legacy of effort and passion for the game. This is according to the Venezuelan Professional Baseball League's statement on Sunday. Today, baseball mourns his passing, but it also remembers him with gratitude for every home run that thrilled the fans, for every day in which he proudly defended his country's colors, and for every young person who saw him as an example that dreams can be achieved. Montero came up in the Yankees farm system before being traded to Seattle, where he played 208 games. He last played in Major League Baseball in 2016 and retired from baseball after playing 6 seasons of Venezuelan Winter League ball in 2021. He was 35 years old. Prayers go out to his family from the show. And another big week of college football is in the books, and some familiar faces are finding their way up towards the top of the polls. Alabama and Georgia back into the top 5 after early season losses at 4 and 5 respectively. Vanderbilt, who knocked off LSU, was the biggest riser, jumping from 17 to 10. LSU the biggest faller from 10 to 20. And this is the first time Vandy has been ranked in the top 10 since 1947. Indiana and recently extended head coach Kirk Cignetti moved up to the number 2 spot after Miami fell to number 9 when they fell to Louisville in their game, who jumped from unranked to number 19. There are 5 undefeated teams left in the standings, with number 1 Ohio State, number 2 Indiana, 3 Texas A&M, number 7 Georgia Tech, and number 11 BYU, all staying perfect. Jumping into the top 25 this week, along with Louisville, were number 23 Illinois, 24 Arizona State, and number 25 Michigan, who each have 2 losses. Rounding out the rest of the top 10 was Oregon's easily handling of Rutgers, moving up to number 6, and Ole Miss falling to 8 after losing to Georgia. In baseball right now, it's Game 7 of the ALCS. It is the bottom of the second, all tied 1-1. Monday Night Football starting the second half. Bucks ball. They are trailing 14-3 against the Lions. Gibbs is approaching 200 total yards already in that one with a touchdown. And in hockey this evening, we've got a tie between the Rangers and Wild at 1 at the end of the second. Also at the end of the second, Flyers 5, Kraken 2. It's the 9:29 in the second remaining. The Canadians are tied with the Sabres 1-1. Still to come, Flames and Jets, Golden Knights and Hurricanes. And, of course, there's one more football game tonight. The Seahawks and Texans face off at 10 p.m. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube on our Job on the Mouth handle, on Facebook under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle, and on Twitter under our host handle at ErrolMarks34. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us both there and on Spotify, now in video. Make sure to like and subscribe to all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos that you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our guest on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
What is this? We're back. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
Wish list payment. Is that your cucumber or are you happy to speak? Jabba like my swim podcast.
631 672 3108 is the number to call. I love this guy. Alias. Speedy, you like that song? I like the way you sung that one. That was much better than your other renditions. What's that? What? The cock-a-doodle-doo. You are listening to Jabba and the Mouth. I am Errol Marks, my co-host, the flamethrower himself, ex-New York Yankee Jabba Chamberlain, and Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouth every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all the shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. And Jabba and the Mouth is brought to you by Omaha Steaks. And ladies and gentlemen, they're giving you 10% off on every single order if you're a Jabba and the Mouth fan. All you got to do is go to omahasteaks.com/Jabba and the Mouth, or go to our website at worldwidesportsradio.com and click the Omaha Steaks logo, and you get 10% off on every piece of meat you like to eat. Speedy likes his sausages. He likes them thick. He likes them long. He likes them dark. It doesn't matter. If Omaha Steaks is selling it, you get 10% off. Go to omahasteaks.com and hit the Jabba in the Mouth link to get your 10% off. And now, ladies and gentlemen, he's been waiting, and calmly and carefully, he is a former Super Bowl champion, not a big fan of the New England Patriots, but I always thought this guy was a world beater when it came to my New York Jets. We are now talking to former Saints, Dolphins, who we could care less that he played for, and former Patriots Super Bowl champion, defensive end, Rob Ninkovich. Rob, what is up, my friend?
What's up? I'm really, really mad that the Pats have another great quarterback.
Well, hold on one second.
I mean,
so
I'm happy to be here. Thanks for having me. I know it's got to be tough. This season's got to be really tough for you. So you continue with what you were going to say.
Well, let's be honest here. I'm a Jet fan. I also root on the Eagles. But being a Jet fan, there's a lot of hate, okay? There's a lot of hate for you. There's a lot of hate for a guy named Brady. There's a lot of hate for guys with the last name Gronk. There's a lot of hate with a guy named Julian Edelman. I can't stand the New England Patriots. I couldn't stand them then, and I can't stand them now. But, Rob, there's a funny story behind me and you. I was at one point doing my show at Foxwoods at K&M. You know K&M. You've signed autographs up there. Okay.
Yep.
And the day before I was doing my show, I was invited by my boy over there who runs the store to come and do our show and entertain the New England fans. Entertain them, and they kept booing me, and I gave away free stuff. They didn't care. I was wearing a New York Yankee hat. They couldn't stand me. I loved it. I absolutely love when Boston fans can't stand me. So we were there, and I got told that you were going to be there tomorrow. You were signing autographs, you and another player. And I was like, should I stay? And my partner, Mike, he was like telling me, like, we gotta go to the city. We got other things to do. You can't stay here. I don't want to interview them anyways. I'm a Giant fan. And he's a Giant fan and I'm a Jet fan. So it never happened. We never got a chance to meet you. So when Nathan told me he was going to get you on the show, I was like, well, everything crosses over. Everything has to cross one way or another. So now we have Mr. Rob Ninkovich. Now, listen, you used to kill the New York Jets. Absolutely kill them. And you know what I couldn't stand? You killed them.
You know what I would say, though? When we played the Jets, they were one of the tougher teams to go up against because they were always very tough, very, very hard to go up against, and you felt it. So there's some games where your Monday, Tuesday are not so bad. Like, you're not that sore. You're not that. But when Rex Ryan had the Jets going, think about like 09, 2010, 2011. Those were the games where I was so sore. And there are a few teams that historically you're always going to be sore. It was the Steelers, it was the Jets, it was the Ravens. Those three teams, every time we played, you knew you were going to feel terrible the next 3 days after the game. So, there are other teams, on the other hand, you'd be like, I didn't play a game yesterday. But the Jets, I always have to tip my hat to Rex Ryan because I think he's a great coach. He's a guy that motivates and gets a team going.
Rob, let me tell you something. I was sore and I didn't even play in the game, okay? I was sore and I didn't even have to play the game. I was butthurt every single time. And the one time we beat you guys in the playoffs, all I heard was Bart Scott saying, "Can't wait." I'll never forget that take because I remember the week after against the Pittsburgh Steelers. I remember it. It makes me want to hurl. I don't even want to talk about that. Let's get off it.
Well, then you can't watch Fox if you don't want to watch Julian or Tom talk because you don't like them. You can't watch any football games on Fox on Sundays. And you can't turn on ESPN because every time they have Bart Scott on there as a segment, he says, "Can't wait" on ESPN. So you're kind of limited in the things you watch.
I don't watch any of that garbage anyways, first of all. And I like Julian.
I don't either.
I like
Julian too. Julian, I think Julian is one of those annoying guys if you're a fan. Like he's one of them guys that you think, I probably could have done that if I played longer and I stuck to it, right? He's one of them guys who are like, damn, I could have been a slot receiver in the NFL. I just stuck out and I was tough and I lifted weights every day and I was just a little bit insane. Maybe I could have done it. And like your average Joe, white guy out there in the slot receiver just getting killed over the middle. But the most annoying thing about Julian, and I don't know how the hell he didn't get in more fights, but every time he would catch the ball, he would almost like flick it at you in like a real disrespectful way. He kind of tossed it to you. And in practice, it was so annoying. And I've been in a couple fights with Julian, and he's not going to win because I'm bigger. But he is like that annoying, just, would you shut up type guy. Like, stop. Just being so annoying. But it worked out for him because he was a hell of a football player.
So he's a flea. Is that what you're saying? He's like a little flea that just, he's like a leech.
He's just annoying. Yeah. Like,
such a blood.
So
right?
I'll tell you a story. This is the year I retire. And so I retire after the Atlanta comeback game. I figured, I played 11 years in the league. What's 12, 13 years going to give me that I don't already have, as far as chips? If I had another one, yeah, it'd be great. But is it worth me smashing my head into a wall for another year, another 2 years? So I decided to leave the game on my own terms. And that year that I'm out, Julian happens to have a little hiccup. He was suspended for the first 4 games of the year. So I'm helping him train a little bit, and I still got to do some. I just retired. I could still have easily played. They were trying to get me to play actually, but I just said, I'm ready to go. But Julian was trying to get ready to come back, so he asked me, "Hey, could you put some pads on and let's do some blocking and coverage and all this stuff?" I said, "Yeah, I got all my stuff. I'll put my pads on." So this bubble at BC, and it's like maybe the end of September, almost 5. And I say, "All right, Jules, like, listen, the last concussion I had, I was in the Super Bowl, fresh here. Like, I don't want to get hit in the head. Like, I'm good for a while. I don't want to get hit in the head anymore. That's why I retired." Do you think he listened to me? The first play, it's like, "Oh, let's just do a little run. Like, oh, I'll try to stalk block you." I go hand on him. He blocks. He takes both my hands off, like chops them off, and goes like, bang! He hits me right with his temple, right in the. I go, "You little shit!" So what I did is I said, "All right, let's do it again." All right, fired me up. So I took him. I just bang, gave him a big shot, and he threw his ass. And he looked at me. He's like, "Yeah, I should have done that." I'm like, "Yeah, you pissed me off. Now you should just go play. Might as well go play." But he was one of the hardest workers, and you got to respect when guys are just that dedicated to constantly working at their craft. Like he was so just over the top and a little bit crazy. I mean, I think you have to be crazy to play in the NFL a little bit. So you gotta have a little cuckoo, little craziness in you.
The only thing cuckoo is all the girls that Tom Brady hooked him up with.
I mean, look, you got to make sure you're smart when you're in those situations. You know, hey, look at some of these guys. Cromartie, he's got like 9 kids. You got to be smart. You got to be careful. I mean, you can't have it tough when you're in the streets. Things get tough.
He's trying to catch up to his former quarterback, and Phillip Rivers, who is in the double digits now with his kids.
How many does Phillip have? Like 10?
I thought it was like 16.
Yeah, but he adopted like 7 of them. He adopted 7.
No, did you guys see Sean Alexander, the former running back? He has 12.
Oh yeah.
He has 12.
Dude,
he
if
just
you have
had
12
another
kids,
one.
you could
He
make
just had one.
it doesn't matter how much money you make. If you have 12 children, you'll be broke. Kids are expensive.
Rob, my new neighbor has 12 kids.
What? Dude.
They have like one of their cars is a Sprinter van.
Oh God.
I wouldn't want that milk. Wouldn't want the milk bill going to Costco. I wouldn't want that.
We literally just talked about this. Their Costco like every 2 weeks has to be like $2,000.
Yeah. 12 kids. Listen, I have 3 kids.
I got one.
Honestly wouldn't want any more kids. I mean, I have 3 kids and I know they're expensive.
So yeah.
I don't have any kids, not yet. And I could only imagine how expensive they're going to be.
Oh, I thought Sean Alexander's only 12. It's 14. My bad.
14 kids. Dude, you gotta.
I didn't realize that.
I don't know what you do with that. I think that's a tough retirement right there.
Well, and think about the age, the age difference. Like, will the oldest one ever know like their youngest one?
I mean,
will they have a
I think it
relationship?
depends on if every kid is with the same mom, right? Because
I think that'd
be a big. Some of them are. I mean, look, if you look around the NFL, there's a bunch of kids. I mean, look at they'll have more kids than touchdowns last year.
Yeah, pretty much. And now he's going to play in more games.
I think he had 4 touchdown catches and 5 kids last year. Something crazy.
Yeah.
Who had 5 kids?
Tyreek Hill.
Oh my God, Tyreek Hill gets around, man, as well as his leg did.
Oh yeah.
Ouch. That's tough right there.
I was just trying to be funny, okay?
Ouch.
That's just bad. It's just he's going to be 30 32, 33
32,
coming off an injury like that.
32, yeah.
32. And if you're a team, like you're going to give him league minimum and he's going to have to prove he's healthy. That's just I'm never going to count anybody out, but
I'll tell you who's going to give it to him. Give him a league minimum. It's going to be Kansas City. Kansas City's the Chiefs are going to give it to him.
Yeah.
And he's going to go over there and he's
going
to win the Super Bowl. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. Yeah.
Probably. I mean, if you're a team, what's the worst that can happen if you give them a league minimum deal? You're just going to say, all right, we'll give you league minimum. And if you get back to where, oh my God, we got a home run here. If you're half of what you were, we're still going to be productive. And if you don't got it, well, that's it. Great effort.
So Rob, let me ask you a question about that real quick. So if he gets league minimum and let's say like week 8 or whatever, he's done, like he doesn't get paid anymore, right?
No, he's a vested veteran. So actually, I think if he's on the roster week 1, he gets his salary guaranteed.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's interesting. By the way, By the way, I just want to let everybody know we are talking to former Saints, Dolphins, and Patriots Super Bowl champion, defensive end Rob Ninkovich. If you don't know who he is, well, then you don't know football. And if you're a Patriot fan, you definitely know who he is because he was part of those bad boy Patriots that you couldn't stand. I actually liked Vince Wilfork. I always liked him because he did these weird dances on the sidelines, and he liked to play with his stomach. So I liked his personality, even though he was a Patriot. But that's the only guy I actually liked. And Darrelle Revis when he won a Super Bowl with you guys. That was
I'm sure that was a crowning moment for you.
No, it wasn't a crowning moment. That was a hated moment for me. My favorite player went to the New England Patriots to win a Super Bowl. That made me sick to my stomach. I was sick. One of the greatest corners of all time goes over, and Tom Brady says the greatest corner he ever played against. The greatest. And he's playing with Tom Brady on the same team. Makes me sick.
You can thank Giants legend Russell Wilson for that one.
Makes me sick.
Robert
Kraft.
You know what's weird? You know what's weird about Revis was we always had this, like, when you're going against other teams, you don't really know them. You watch a lot of tape. You respect good players, but you don't know them on a personal level. And when Revis came to play with us, we all knew the aura of the Revis Island and how good he was, but you didn't really know the type of person. You didn't know, because he's definitely a quiet person. He's not like an outgoing. He's not going to be somebody that you're going to hear from outside of the building. He's not really, I mean, we don't really hear much from him now, like, right? He's kind of a quiet to himself guy, but it was so weird how smooth he was. Like, for example, if I had somebody that was very fast and very good, I felt fast. Like I was trying to do my best. Well, probably because I wasn't like running a 4.4. I was like running a 4.7, trying to a guy that runs a 4.4. So maybe that's the reason why. But I'd always watch his tape and just be so in awe of how smooth he was. Smooth in all his movements, because he almost anticipated where guys were going before they actually went there. And he would study tape on the routes of the receivers and any little giveaway that they would give before they were making their cut. Like, do they drag their inside foot before they cut out? You know, just little stuff like that. And he would always be able to just get in your hip pocket and run the route for you, which was so crazy to me that somebody can do that. And the really, really good ones, really rare ones, are able to do that at a high level. And I'm happy with, you know, he was one of the biggest additions that we made in the offseason.
And one of the sickest I've ever been. So thank you. Thank you for the New England Patriots for making me watch one of my favorite players win a Super Bowl with that team. That team. That team.
So transitioning to a guy that was with the Jets for a much shorter period of time, and that is Bill Belichick. We've had a lot of different Patriots guests on our show that have told us interesting stories about him, what he's like. Some being a drill sergeant, some saying, oh, he's a dry humor type of guy, but he'll have some random humor here and there off the field. What was he like for you, and do you have a good story of Bill Belichick?
So I think Bill, to me, was, when I got there in 2009, he was already, I mean, they were already established as kind of the iconic Patriots when I got there. So I was literally just trying to do my best to find my own spot, find my own place. And, you know, I think Bill, he saw something in me that was comparable. Brody, stop. I got a golden retriever in here chewing on a squeaky.
Brody
so
Van Wagen?
I feel like so I think early in my career, I was almost nervous to make a mistake. And, you know, one time we were playing Jacksonville, and it was 2009, and I had just gotten there. And my story was crazy. I was cut. I tore my ACL. I was a long snapper. I went to New England, and my whole career was probably almost over. I didn't know how much longer I'd have in the league, and kind of gave me an opportunity to play on special teams, and I took that opportunity and I ran with it, and had a great first year here in 2009, but I only had a few reps on defense. In this particular game, we were playing Jacksonville, and I was just the mirror guy. So I was just the guy that was supposed to mirror the quarterback. And I go on the field for one play. It's third down. I do my job. I hit the quarterback. He actually throws an interception. And I run off to the sideline, and Bill's like screaming at me at the top of his lungs, "What are you doing? What the F are you doing?" And I looked at him, and I only could think of one thing. And I said, like, Falcon mirror. And we didn't even have Falcon in the playbook. Falcon was like from college, right? And he looks at me and he's like, "We don't even run Falcon." And I just remember looking at him like, I don't know why I just said that, but I think I did the right thing. So I just let him chew me out. And the next day after he watched the tape, he walked up to me. He goes, "Hey, on that play I was getting after you. You actually did exactly what you were supposed to do." And I said, and I didn't say anything back. I just said, "Yes, sir. I'll keep working," because you can't say anything back. You can't say anything back to Bill. You're not going to win if you say anything back to any coach. So that's a lesson for you young players out there. If somebody's getting after you and they're yelling at you, you don't say, "But," you don't say, "But I did the right thing." You don't say anything. You just say, "Yes, sir. I'll do what you need. I'll get better." And there was one particular year, I think it was 2011 or 12. I made a play, like tackle for like 2-yard gain, and I came off the field, and Bill was like, "What's up? What's wrong?" And I said, "Dude, that first play they got 2 yards." He's like, "Rob, if they gain 2 yards on first down, that's a win. That's a win, because if they don't gain another yard, they're in third and long. So listen, if you can minimize the run plays to 2 yards, I'll always say good job." So it was like switching my mentality of like, oh, I need negative plays or I need plays for 0 gain, and thinking, okay, if it's first down and they only gain 2, I'm ahead of this thing. I'm okay. So it was like changing my mentality on how to play the game. And, over the years, I learned so much from Bill, and so much about defense, and so much about how offenses are trying to, it's all spacing, it's all numbers. So if you understand numbers, you understand space, route concepts, when the offense comes out on the field, you automatically know what's coming. And, I was able to make a lot of plays because I would look at the offense. I would alert, hey, this is going to be power. This is going to be an over, sail route, topper, double post, all these different plays. They're going to run a slam 3. They're going to run a slam 3, and I go steal it. I actually think I had a pick 6 against the Jets because I had a little slam 3 concept with LT.
I remember that. I remember that game, and you dominated that game, by the way. You were dominating.
Yeah, so what happened was, if they came out in 2-by-2, Dustin Keller was the number 2, but he was kind of split out. So I walked out on the number 2, and if number 2 ran a vertical or a sit, then LT was coming out for a little hook route, like a little check down. So the second I felt Dustin go up, I just shot for the check down, and your boy said to me.
First of all, butt fumbler, Mr. Sanchez. And I don't want to get into the old New York Jets. I just want to talk about you, okay? Every time we get these New England Patriots on this show, the first team they want to attack is the Jets. Why? Because I'm a Jet guy.
Hey, Rob, you give Rob some credit. He said Rex Ryan made them soar.
By the way,
I did like Rex Ryan. And you know what? I would have loved to play for Rex Ryan. There were moments where I'd look at Rex Ryan, I'd listen to him talk, and I'm like, dude, this guy can get a team going. And I think he did with the Jets. I still think he should get a job. I think somebody should give him an opportunity. If you look at the head coaches around the league and how shitty some of them are, he should have an opportunity to go be a head coach. I mean, the NFL, if you look at it in general, everything is just not that sharp and precise. You got teams that look good one week, and then the next week they can't score a point, or they got 18 penalties in 2 games. It's just a lot of sloppy. If you really watch the games, it's a lot of sloppy, unorganized, badly coaching right now. So if you can have somewhat of a disciplined team, and you can kind of push yourself to being in a winning position right now, it's wide open for you because all the good teams that we thought were going to be good are bad. So did we think that the Ravens were going to be terrible? No. Did we think that Indianapolis was gonna be great? No, not at all.
I did.
So
I did.
You thought Indy? I didn't think Indy would be 6-1. I did not.
100% that I thought Danny Dimes was for real. The Giants absolutely tossed him to the side, just like they did to Saquon. And I know Jabba has a question for you, but I'm going to tell you something. If you want to watch a documentary, when you get a chance, I don't know if you heard my take in the beginning of the show, go check out the Saquon documentary on Prime. Sensational take. It's great. It's really great coverage by Prime and Saquon Barkley. Go ahead, Jabba.
No, I obviously you kind of talk some X and O's, but you brought up something that I'm interested in because obviously being an athlete, like you have your game day preparation, you have game day, but I'm really interested, and you touched on a little bit, like some weeks you knew were going to be tougher than the others, but kind of take us down that like day after, whether depending on what day it is now after you play, like kind of obviously your body goes through whatever it is, but like how like do you manifest like getting back? Is it cold tanks? Is it time? Do you guys have practice? Like it's always interesting for me to see because everybody's a little bit different of how you guys do it. Like because we play every day, so it's a little bit different for us because we kind of got to manage all of it in one day. But you guys have time in between. So do you guys have practice, film? Like break that down for me, like the couple days afterwards.
Well, it really comes down to if you get out of a game clean. And when I say get out of a game clean, like you could get, banged up in 1 week, you have no injuries, but you're just sore. So there's certain games where you come out and you're playing football and you're hitting full grown men full speed. So you're going to always be sore. There's levels to the soreness. So, I can think back to, playing the Ravens in the playoffs, and it took me like a week to feel normal, right? And when I say like to feel normal, there are certain days where a Monday or Tuesday I would have to go down my stairs one step at a time, like very gingerly, slow, hold on to the railing, make sure I'm not hurting myself because literally your whole body it almost feels like you got ran over by something, which you did. So, that was certain aspects of it that you're trying to just fight through soreness, which is, think back on a certain like training camp day that you take a lot of cuts, right? You're like, damn, my midsection is really sore today, or my lats are sore, or my front arm is sore. And it just takes time for you to just get back to feeling okay. But then there's like certain instances where you get tweaked, or you get rolled up on, or you tear something. Like 1 year I tore my pec and my bicep in the same game. Like it sucked, but I had to play the next week. So the pec minor, so it wasn't the major. So I just dealt with it. I took a bunch of Indocin. Indocin is like something you live on if you play in the NFL. Yeah. So you take every day, which is like a very big, inflammatory.
A vitamin for us as pitchers.
Yeah. Indocin. So you take Indocin, it's good for anti-inflammatory. You take a Toradol shot. I don't know if you guys take Toradol shots, but I take 20 Toradol shots a year because I would take 4 in the preseason, in the regular season, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. So like 23 to 24 shots of Toradol, which Toradol is like taking a massive dose of ibuprofen, but it's like 8 times. You get in the hospital or so, if you have an injury, they give you Toradol. So when I first got in the league, Toradol was a shot, and I would take it in my shoulder. You had to get grandfathered into that. So I always took the shot, and I took it in my shoulder because I thought it'd get closer to my heart, and I don't know, stupid stuff. But the problem with Toradol is you bleed more, your blood's thin, so you feel great, you feel invincible. But 1 year I tore my AC joint, like I separated my AC joint, and I had Toradol in my system, and I just kept playing with it, and I kept hitting with it, and I felt fine. And I tell you, like I the next day I woke up and I couldn't move my arm. And I was like, this is the most pain I've ever been in. I tried to tie my shoes, couldn't tie my shoes. It really bad. And then you got to get through it for the whole week. And then you got to put a little plastic cup on it. Then you put your pads on it. I tell everybody, hey, in practice today, I with my left shoulder. I'm going to use my right shoulder. And then in the games, I'd take a Toradol, and then I wouldn't feel it. So you just kind of, what I talk about, certain games get you. So you could get an injury in a game that lasts for 2 to 3 weeks. And then in that time, you're trying to recover, you're still getting beat up. So there's some years where you might go a whole year without getting really beat up and like dinged, like with an injury. And then there's other years where you just feel like every week you're getting something. And it's just, football's weird because it's, you roll the dice, you're in a pile or you're next to somebody, and or a guy gets leg whipped and you're standing there one foot to the left or right, you're fine. But if you're standing in the wrong spot, you're going to get rolled up on. So it's kind of crazy the way football works, because there's a lot of injuries that are out of your control. And then there's some that you're just playing fast and you're trying to make a play and you're going to get hurt. That's the one thing about football. You're 100% guaranteed to get hurt. 100%. It doesn't matter if you play 10 snaps or 100 snaps, eventually you're going to get hurt.
We are talking to former Saints, Dolphins, and Super Bowl champion for the Patriots defensive end, Rob Ninkovich. Last question, and this is the long one for me because I remember these Patriot teams. I couldn't stand them. Okay, so I watched the Dynasty. I watched the 10-part Dynasty on Prime. It was sensational, very well put together. A lot of questions from that documentary that I had, and we haven't really had any Patriots on since I watched that documentary. I'm sure you've checked it out. And Robert Kraft and Bill Belichick, at the tail end of Bill Belichick's time over there was a lot of yapping. And I know you were there at some parts of it. And I want to know your thoughts to the back end of that whole story between them two. And Tom Brady, what type of player is Tom Brady in the locker room? And what type of teammate is he outside of off the field and outside of the football field?
Well, to the first question, I'll say Mr. Kraft. You watch that Dynasty, you see the progression of where he was at when he bought the team, where the whole team and organization was as an like their facilities, what the league thought of them. They were kind of the laughing stock of the NFL. They were bottom of the barrel. The ownership, the team ownership wasn't great. They didn't spend any money on anybody or their facilities, or they didn't really want to be great. So I think the initial story of Mr. Kraft buying the team because he was a local kid, local guy that loved the Patriots. He was a real estate guy. He owned the parking lots first. All these different things went into him being able to buy the team. And then when he bought the team, this went to try and create greatness, right? They just put Bill Parcells in the Hall of Fame. I have a good relationship with, and you can kind of see how time heals all things. And, Parcells now is in his 80s, and, you heard him talk, and you heard the things that he said, and he wished he would have done stuff a little differently. That was right out of his mouth, And I think if you go back at any point in anyone's life, when you start to look back at the way you handled certain situations, you probably would have done a little bit differently, knowing what you know now versus what you know then. And, I think that's the same with anytime you have success, there's always somebody that there's a little bit of back on how did we get here? Who's going to get all the looks and the credit and all those different things go into success. And that happens on football teams. That happens on baseball teams. I mean, high school football teams and high schools have these too, so I think with the 20 plus years of success, there's a lot of different relationship things that popped up. And I could think about being with my best friend for 20 years and I want to kill him. Like there's moments when you're around somebody that much every day for 20 years, you're going to have fights and you're going to have disagreements. That's just human encounters and human relationships. And so I think with Bill and Mr. Kraft and the years that they had together, there were definitely their ups and downs. But there was so much success there, and there was so much good that came out of that relationship because Kraft wanted the best for the organization. He wanted the best coach. He went and got Bill, but with that, he gave up some of the power because Bill's gonna say, "I want this done a certain way. I want to have GM control, or I want to be able to say so on who we keep, who we don't, what's the cap, what's all these different things that Bill was able to do for such a long time that is so rare that a head coach is able to do that because Bill was literally the smartest coach, but he also was a great manager of the people in the building. So he understood how to get the most out of each individual person by pushing, hey, maybe this guy I got to push a little bit differently. Maybe this guy I have to encourage a little bit. That's the greatness of Bill. He's able to figure you out, like psychologically, and push you. And he understood me on like, hey, that's not good enough. Like I was a negative reinforcement motivator. So I don't need a pat on my back. I need you to tell me how bad I suck, and I'll go out there and I'll play better. Like that's what I am as a player. He was able to understand that. So I think this is a long-winded answer, but I think it was just the amount of time. That documentary I think is a little strange and ending there that it sends, but I know that the success and the amount of championships and the amount of wins and all the things that the Patriots were able to do for that long is really never going to be replicated, in my opinion, because of the length. So to celebrate that and to really, honor that I was a part of that and a part of those guys, because you can't have the Patriots without Kraft. You couldn't have the dynasty without Bill, and you couldn't have all that without Tom. And it all works together. And if you want to change it any way you can, it doesn't work out. So that's just the way history. That's the way history looks back on it. It was the greatest trio, ownership, head coach, quarterback of all time. So, maybe one day Bill or whoever, they'll say, hey, I wish I would have handled that ending differently, but it is the way it is. And no ending ends great. I think about, my high school girlfriend, that didn't end well. So nothing ends great. I mean, really hard to end things on a high note, really. I mean, that's just the way life is, that the endings are always going to be tough.
How about Tom Brady off the field? What type of player, what type of person is he?
Tom is an insane competitor. So I don't care if you're playing cards on the airplane, if you're playing wiffle ball in the locker room, if you're shooting baskets, he's always trying to beat and trying to win. So I would say that Tom is generous, number one, most generous, competitive person, sense of he's always going to give you everything that he can. So it's either if he's going to be the best football player, the best teammate, the best friend, anything, he's going to go all in on that. And I've told this story before, but there's two here. I was on an airplane. I was flying back from maybe Miami, and we're playing cards, and I see Tom walk back, and I'm like, oh man, I don't want to play with Tom because he's got a pot. So if the pot grows, he's never going to back out. He's just going to grow and grow. It's just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. So when Tom started playing cards, I said to myself, if I can win Tom's money, I'm out and I'm not playing anymore. So we were playing like Boo-Ray, right? And the pot grew. It was like 1,500. and it was Tom's money, and I won, and I took money, and I said, I'm done for the day. I'm good. And he looked at me crazy. He's like, you are not stopping. You are not done. I'm gonna win my money back. And I said, Tom, I got $1,500 of your money. I'm gonna go buy something with this, you know. And he was so mad, and I could see it in his eye, pissed off about it. And I didn't play. I was done because listen, if the pot was 25,000, he would have continued to push. And I'm not that guy. I'm not a gambler like that. We had a small group of guys playing cards, and the pot might have got to $1,000, not 25 or 50,000. That's a drop in the hat for Tom. So that was the only time we played cards. I think he was mad about that. But this was a captain's meeting one year, and in the captain's meeting, they go around and they ask, hey, how's the defensive line looking? Oh, they're good. And hey, Tom, how's the quarterbacks? How's the offense? We're good. We go around, and as we're walking out of the building, I look at his watch and I go, man, Tom, that's a nice watch. And it was like a Tag because he had some sponsorship with Tag. I said, hey, you got a guy? Because I'd love to buy that. Do you got a guy? And he looks at me and he goes, do I have a guy? Like, yeah, do I? Of course I have a guy, So I didn't think anything of it. Like, that was all I said to him. And the next day, I come in the locker room and there's a brown box on my locker, on my chair. And he had got me the watch, brand new, in a box. And I was like, are you kidding me? Like, who does that? It was insane. Like, it was like the most thoughtful things. I just complimented him on his watch. That's all I did. And I had that watch in my locker. Crazy, just unbelievable. So that's just a small story about Tom. He's a very generous, very sensitive, he's an emotional guy. We've seen that before, but that's just the way he really is. He's truly like that in real life. He's gonna be emotional. He's gonna, talk to you truthfully, and he's gonna give you everything he's got.
Well, before we let you go, there's somebody that wants to say hello to you. He's the
Yo,
guy that,
what's up, my guy?
What up, dude? How we doing?
How you been?
I'm good, man. I'm good. How you doing?
Hey, thank you for joining our show. Thank you for taking the time to talk to Arrow, Jabba, and Speedy. They're great people. I love working with them. I don't know if you didn't know, I'm the PR manager for the show now too. So double work.
Awesome. Very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. Well, thank you
And
for
we
having
still
me
can't
on.
get him to get anything on his walls. What are we doing?
Just a blank wall. Dude, I had a pile of me. I'm like, my wife's gonna kill me if she sees that. Like, I literally, this is my own domain up here. I got my college helmets. I got all my NFL helmets back here. And
you got your
this
man
is
cave.
just my space.
Yeah.
I come up.
That's your man cave.
Dude, look at these cleats. Look at these cleats. These are Super Bowl winning cleats. Still have the confetti stuck on the bottom of them.
Oh wow, that's crazy. That's awesome.
Isn't that crazy? So I just tell my kids, do not push that off.
Yo, Rob, we got to get you to Rob. We have to get you to Fanatics Fest next year or Super Bowl.
Let's do it.
Yeah,
let's do it.
Sweat
I'm ready.
stains and all.
Oh, what's that? Nice. I love it. Sweat stains, everything. That's the best.
He also
that is the best.
Jabba kept his underpants too, in the World Series too.
I kept everything. They tried. Hey, Rob, when you guys won, did they try to steal your shit?
Dude, so after the Super Bowl, I go in the back room up back to the state. This is after Super Bowl 49. So we played in Arizona, and Arizona's field was terrible. It was super slick, super slimy. They basically painted the whole field green. There wasn't much grass there. It was crazy. So Bill came in, he mandated, he goes, everybody is putting on their cleats and the long ones. So these cleats are like long metal studs. When I got back to, this is that helmet. One second. So when I got back to the stadium after we won, this is that helmet, that one. This is the 49. So when I got back to the stadium, I was like, where's all my stuff? Like, where's my pads? Where's my pants? Where's my jersey? They had everybody's stuff in the back, like folded but put away, almost like they were going to sell it or something. So I walked back there. I grabbed my pants, my gloves, my cleats, my helmet, everything. I took it all out. So it's
They
kind
try
of
to do the same thing. They told us like, hey, if you want them, like, run this. And so like this flag in the background, they only made 2 of them. And Johnny had one, I had the other. They took Johnny's. I had my clubby. I gave him $500 to go put it in the back of my car so they couldn't find it. And this is the only other one that they have. I don't know where the other one at, but this one literally is sitting on my wall.
Wow.
So
I don't want to get you in trouble. That's for sure.
this one right here. This is the Super Bowl comeback. This is the comeback jersey. So I still got all my marks on it, and I got all the black paint and everything on it.
All right, stop bragging, Mr. Stop bragging.
Let's go.
Hold on. Hey, hold on.
Oh, please.
All right.
Which ring do you like
Do you
better?
remember the Sanchez fumble? I sacked Sanchez in this jersey.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know
sack,
what? Screw
fumble,
you.
sack, fumble,
Screw
and
you,
I recovered
Robbie.
the ball. This is that jersey. Look at that.
You know what? I liked you, and then you had to bring up that story. Thank you. Thank you.
God,
I got
this is
some green
Rob,
on that.
Rob, we love you, man, and we'd love to get you on the show again.
Yep.
We definitely would love to get your content. If the Patriots so-called make the playoffs, let's get you on the show. Let's talk a little Patriots football. I'm sure you have your own take on Drake May as I
think
he's.
Well, you should check out. Rob has a. Hey, Rob, go plug your show on. You have a show. Yeah, Rob, plug your show.
Yeah. So I got a podcast. It's me and my buddy Dan. So it's the Dan and Ninko show. Dan was a car dealer in New England. So he had a bunch of car dealers. When I used to use cars from him, we started a show. So we talk about sports, cars, a little bit of everything. We drink beers on the show. It's always fun. We try new beer every episode. Try different beers locally, different brews. So it's a laid back, have a good time. It's a good show, Dan and Ninko show. But I think back to your statement about the Patriots, I think they have a really good perfect storm of a weak schedule and also a down NFL to where, you look at the first 4 weeks of the season, they lost to the Raiders, they lost to the Steelers. Like those 2 teams they could have easily beat, right? They were beating themselves with penalties, turnovers, the whole thing. So if Drake May can continue to take care of the football, number one, don't turn the ball over, don't throw interceptions, hold on to the ball, right? I think that they're going to have a good opportunity to get into the playoffs. Now, once you get in the playoffs, anything can happen. Honestly, it's the most disciplined teams that are able to move on, and the ones that aren't, they usually lose by screwing up a field goal or a time of possession, or they don't get 3 at the half.
The Jets.
So
the Jets.
kind of like the Jets, but the Jets won't sniff the playoffs this year. I can guarantee you.
All right, Rob, I'm good here. Thank you for joining the show. I knew it. I knew it. Every time I get a Patriot on this show, they
served it up on a platter. Come on.
Well, listen. I serve a lot of things up on a platter. If you listen to our show, you think your show's crazy? Oh my God! Just listen to this one. But we really appreciate the time, man, and we love you, and we definitely want to get you back on the show. So whenever you'd like to come back, you bring Dan on the show. We'll go back and forth and argue. Just not drink beer. That's we're trying to stay. We're trying to keep it away from beer. We're trying to be a clean cut show. We're trying.
Well, just one light beer is never going to hurt you. It's just like just.
I don't drink. Okay,
I'm from the Midwest. I grew up in Joliet, Illinois. There was plenty of light beers going around. Joliet, Illinois.
You're from Illinois. He's from Nebraska. Oh my God! And we're from New York. Figure that one out. Wonderful. It's just a wonderful combination. But Rob, you're fantastic. Keep up the good work. I definitely want to get you on the show again. I know Jabba does, so we'll talk off air. And thank you for joining us.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a great rest of your show.
Rob
Rob.
Nikovich. He's fantastic.
That was
Great
great.
interview. Great interview. Gave us so many good takes. Told us so many different stories. Knows how to hold a conversation.
Great job, guys. Great job. Awesome job. That was awesome.
And he's a former Patriot that kind of got under my skin, but nevertheless, I liked it. I can't hate on a person that has a good personality. All right, save your tears.
Mom, what's one thing you can't talk to me about?
My sexual fantasies.
You're sorry.
It is not ideal, but if it's what me, it is not ideal, but if it's not ideal, but if it is what me. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. You can't triple stamp a double stamp, Lord. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. Lord, you guys, enough.
Now, it's time for Save Your Tears.
Welcome back to Save Your Tears, everyone's favorite tier-based daily fantasy contest for Week 7 of the NFL. Again, this is the Compliment Chorus edition where we're going to reveal the winner from this week's episode of Save Your Tears. It's a good one. The scores, pretty big variance. Real high scores at the top, real low scores at the bottom. Jabba, I don't know if you got a chance to check out the segment from last week, but we used the Jabba Wheel of Destiny to make your picks. Unfortunately, Jabba, the wheel, and here's where the selections you could pick from. There's a couple of names on there that did not really do much, and some $1 guys that did pretty well. One of those $1 guys that did not do well was Justin Fields. No one was dumb enough, I believe, to take him. Oh, wait, the wheel was Jabba. You ended up with Justin Fields. You ended up, a lot of us took Breece Hall. He did nothing. Good performers of the day. Cam Scatterbo, obviously, did well with the Giants, scoring a lot of points and still losing. Someone took Bryce Young. He got hurt. Bo Nix was the big point guy with the 2 rushing touchdowns and 2 passing touchdowns. Are you guys ready for the big reveal? Here it is. It's Tommy Hoops with the win, with a big-time score. It's being really smart, going with a bunch of Giants. I think the Errol, you get beat here because Theo Johnson got that deflected touchdown, and that was really the difference here between you and him. Errol, again, killing it in the FedEx Cup standings. I'm assuming if Speedy's going to keep track of them, Errol's got to be way at the top of the FedEx Cup every year. And I got third on this one, kind of by default. Speedy, you're the one that took Bryce Young. He got hurt with the ankle. Dowdle, for some reason, was not the starting running back in that game behind Chuba Hubbard. And a bunch of other guys didn't really do all that much. Mayer only got 2 points. Not really good. Sutton was a big point getter in this one. Jaxson Dart, obviously good points. Mahomes was good, but not worth the $5 with the other guys outperforming him. What a great job. Here it is. Tommy, your compliment chorus. Let's start with Jabba representing the Wheel of Jabba.
Yeah, the wheel knew Tommy was going to win, so it's he was always, like we said, he was in the wedding party, but he was never the bride or the groom. But now we've seen him, step his game up. He's maturing like wine. As it gets, it just gets better with age over here. So great picks. I mean, you stayed true to your Giants. I will give you all the credit in the world because you believed in them, and look what happened. You're back on top again. Great job, buddy.
That was excellent. Speedy Petey.
First, I will say I am the real last place this week. I'm not going to take shots at Jabba for having to be stuck with a wheel that gave him a combined like $10 or something like that.
The wheel was not
We felt
nice.
bad and gave you Kelsey for $5 because you didn't spend that much money.
I was just looking at the team. I was like, dang, I definitely had some rollover money.
The wheel was brutal to you, so you were ahead of me this week, Jabba. But for our winner, Tommy Scoops, you threw some darts this week with your picks. Very impressive. You were when I was skeptical of Scat, against a very good run defense in the Denver Broncos, a very good overall defense in the Denver Broncos. You were bold enough to stick with your guns with our New York Football Giants, and even Theo Johnson, a guy that, again, we've been waiting for him for the long term for development with him, but definitely him and Bellinger definitely showed off in that game, and you were smart enough to pick him, whereas I took a quarterback that was a number 1 overall pick and got hurt.
All right, Tommy. When you look through the sands of time, especially in the professional wrestling sands of time, your meteoric rise, I decided to try to figure out who would be the greatest comparison. To me, it feels like the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes. You and him are on the same type of trajectory. He, again, for a while, he started out as a jobber. I'm not saying you were ever a jobber or anything like that, Tommy. I'm just
hell is a
saying.
jobber? A jobber.
No, jobber.
A jobber.
A guy that they would just run out there with a headband that would get his butt kicked in 2 minutes. And get slammed.
Arrow, it's Jabba.
Jabba takes it up the ass.
Arrow, it's Jabba when he gets the jobber in the dirt. A jobber.
Let me get back to being complimentary. You see, you go from jobber status. Then you get to the chance where you can get the Intercontinental title, but they give you a crappy gimmick, Tommy. They give you a crappy gimmick, and you got to go to AEW, and you got to come back as the American Nightmare.
Like a serial killer.
And look at you now, gold medal once again at the top of Save Your Tears. You're now the American Nightmare, Tommy.
Whoa! Had to hit one of those real quick.
What kind of compliment is that?
It was a personal compliment that was thoughtful and caring.
I liked all the references, and I understood all of them, so thank you, Fish.
I could care less about
Same.
any of those references.
You didn't win. You got second. I would have talked about, freaking honey mustard dressing.
Yeah. First of all, it's honey mustard, not dressing.
It's salad dressing, bro.
No, it's not. It's mustard and honey.
I mean, technically, it is salad dressing. I can't imagine you putting that on your salad, though. That's very disgusting.
No, I would not
salad
put that.
dressing.
Thousand Islands is
That's
where
really
I would go with my salad dressing.
That's just ketchup and mayo, right?
That's very bad dressing.
Actually, that's Russian. That's Russian.
No, Russian has
That's
relish in
relish.
it. That's with relish in it. Thousand Islands is just literally ketchup and mayo. You can make it by mixing them together with a spoon.
Some like pickle juice in there too.
Well, I like the usher in the background, so I can't hate on that one. I feel very constipated listening to this track. Anyways,
You sure that isn't your pizza?
that could be the pizza too. Tommy, man, I can't say anything bad about you, man. Besides you taking dumps and doing what you do best, I think your quality of introductions on this show, when it comes to wrestling, when it comes to takes, or even when you're working on the board, is sensational. You look the part, you keep growing your hair, and maybe one day you'll look like Don King. You're fantastic, my friend.
Backhanded compliment right there, Don King.
Yeah, again, I don't know if Don King is 51% genuine.
That's why I was wondering.
23 years
Are you
old.
saying Are you saying the business acumen of Don King? I can get behind that as a compliment.
Well, we can only hope.
Not the hair.
Well, the hair would look pretty good with it. But
Although I have been told that my hair is so bad I look like a Jewish Don King when my hair is standing straight up.
well, I don't know about that. That would be a scary Jewish man.
Hold on.
Oh man, please.
No, I still got the padded
not
down.
good enough.
Another
Tom,
time.
you are sensational, great personality, and always been behind me on everything that I've done and still do. I love you as family. Your brother dates my sister, so I guess we can call each other somewhat of a family. So congratulations on the win. Cherish it, because next week you will lose.
Oh man, appreciate y'all.
All right. Again, when you lose and save your tears, you can't cry about it. You gotta save your tears. We'll be back next week.
I'm not crying. I'm just giving you my take here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we call this the whip around.
Oh no, we're missing the stat of the week.
What are we
I
doing?
think we're doing Speedy Stat of the Week.
Oh, we're doing Speedy Stat of the Week? I
Yep,
don't
to
see
lead into the whip around.
Well, I don't see
Speedy?
that on my
Speedy messed up on
stats
the
over
list.
here, so I guess it's not. Oh, there it is. Speedy Stat of the Week.
The Speedy. Well, you may run like Mays, but you hit like Stat of the Week.
So you want me to tell you guys something? I'm about to do a basketball draft, okay? And this is the craziest thing. They purposely did this because they want me to lose. These SOPs.
Is it fantasy?
It's fantasy. I'm playing fantasy. I do it every year. And my friend Justin, he purposely 2 years ago didn't tell me the rules, and I drafted the wrong player. So now I got it all set up, and these guys are cracking jokes right now saying, "Don't do another Errol. Don't do another Errol." So I'm going to outsmart them this year. Absolutely execute them. I think I'm drafting 3. I'm drafting 6th. So it looks like it would be either Cunningham or Edwards. So I gotta have to make a decision soon.
Oh, your boy, and Edwards.
Yeah, but I it's either him or I might go big. Maybe pick Anthony Davis, but I'm afraid Anthony Davis can't stay healthy. The
off-field issues don't matter for fantasy.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I think logic says take the kid who's still getting better. You know?
Who's that?
Cunningham.
Anthony Davis.
Cunningham's
Cunningham?
really young. You know, he's really young.
I'm probably gonna go Anthony. So Anthony
I think
Edwards.
that might be a mistake.
I'm
Point
not-
guard,
He gets hurt a
more
lot. He gets hurt a
stat
lot, but
categories.
Cade Cunningham doesn't stay healthy.
I'm with Errol.
Jared says Cade was a better fantasy player last year.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was. But Anthony Edwards is a guy that stays healthy. So I'm going to keep the healthier guy than the guy that falls flat on his face. We'll see. We'll see how it all falls together. The projection. Because who knows what could happen. Who knows?
All right, let's get the music going. Speedy, what's the stat of the week?
Well, this is dedicated to our guest, Rob Ninkovich, and to our guy, Mikey C., who I beat in our fantasy hockey league this week. I took him down. I'll go to his future top 5 quarterback in Drake May, who set the New England Patriots franchise record for best completion percentage in the game at 91.3%. Tom Brady never did that in his career. His highest was 88.5. May's mark is tied for 8th in NFL history at 91.3. Jaden Daniels actually did it last year, the same exact amount, 21 of 23 passing when the Commanders played against the Bengals last year. He's also the only quarterback this year to have 2 touchdown passes in a game this season of over 50 air yards as well. No quarterback has done that. And finally, to round it out, despite the Belichick and Brady dynasty, they have never won 3 consecutive road games in the 3 straight weeks. The Patriots have just done that this week, beating the Bills, beating the Saints, and now beating the Titans.
Okay. Let me explain something. The Saints suck. The Titans suck. And the Bills can't stop the run. Stop this rubbish. If you look at the Patriots and what the Patriots have done with Tom Brady and Bill Belichick, it's a lot more amazing than Drake May and Mr. Vrabel. Stop selling me something that was never done when they're playing garbage compared to what the teams they had to beat in those days. The Rex Ryans, the Miami Dolphins that were pretty good at some points, so I disagree with this. Eat it and beat it.
All right, so that is the stat of the week, which always leads into the whip around.
Whip around.
All right, here it is. This is your chance, Errol. We're going to start the whip around with the 13-6 victory by the Panthers over the Jets. Curiously, Chuba Hubbard started the game over Rico Dowdle. I guess coming back from injury, didn't want to give away the starting spot. Dowdle was clearly the more effective back, 79 yards rushing to 31 from Hubbard. Bryce Young got hurt in the game. Didn't matter. Still enough to beat the Jets. And Justin Fields with a second straight game under 50 yards passing. He gets benched for Tyrod Taylor, who throws 2 interceptions. We had a 40-something% completion percentage. No running game whatsoever. Breece Hall, 38 yards and 11 carries. Leading receiver was Tyler Johnson. Mason Taylor had a few catches, but nothing doing whatsoever for the Jets. 0-7. Errol, where do we go from here? Fields is now benched. What are they doing?
Well, it's pretty simple. Brees Hall is just weighing himself out of New York. He has not done enough this year. I expected him to be an elite running back, top 5. He's fallen out of that. He's up and down. He doesn't really play well against great defenses. And Justin Fields isn't the answer. It seems like he's not the answer. He's not going to be the answer. Everybody wants to point their fingers at Aaron Glenn. Aaron Glenn is not the guy. Do they look towards the offseason and bring in a Mike McCarthy or a veteran coach that has been successful in the league, an offensive-minded coach? I think the Jets are going to give this guy a chance, at least another year or two, to figure out the ups and downs of this roster. This roster is not Aaron Glenn's roster. I didn't expect them to be 0-7, but maybe 1 or 2 wins at best at this time right now. The Jets are a team that obviously doesn't have enough offensively and defensively have not played well. Front 7 has not played well. Besides Quentin Williams, you lost one of your best linebackers in his brother. Williams has been out a significant amount of time, has not played. And you see how important C.J. Mosley was what this defense was last year when they had him as a captain, a guy running that defense. And by the way, Sherwood stinks. He is horrible. That contract that the Jets gave him in the offseason was an absolute outrage. You can see it's going to set the Jets back on that linebacker position. Where did the Jets go? Well, the Jets got to wait until the offseason. Here's where they go. Fernando Mendoza. That's where the Jets need to go, as far as I'm concerned. It's absolutely obnoxious, the Jet fans and what these analysts are saying about this organization. I know the organization stinks. We all know this organization has not made the playoffs in 15 years. The problem here is that there is not enough on the secondary and there's not enough wide receiving help. Garrett Wilson's the only decent or only great player on the offensive side of the ball. And it looks like Brees Hall is weighed out as welcome with the New York Jets. That's all I'm going to say about the Jets. They suck. They're probably going to go for 0 until probably week 11, week 12 when they play New Orleans. When are they playing New Orleans? I don't even know. Whenever they play New Orleans, that'll probably be the only win they have or they bring home to New York. They're obnoxiously bad. That's all I'm going to say.
Looks like week 14 for the...
So week 14 will probably be their first win. Yeah. They'll still be the number 1 pick.
Yeah, the Jets defense last 2 weeks has definitely played better. The Broncos, we talked about, maybe their offense isn't as good as we thought it would be, but it's still a talented enough offense, and the Jets held them to just 13 points. And then the Panthers were a hot offense coming in, not an overly talented one, good offensive line. Obviously, McMillan's been a nice rookie so far this year, and Bryce Young has played better the last 3 years, but obviously getting hurt did not help anything. Xavier Legette, though, getting involved, too, for the Panthers offense is definitely good to see. They need a real second guy. Jimmy Horn's actually developed into a nice player, and like I said, that offensive line's good. The Jets, again, finding their way on defense, offensively still not there yet. Offensive line still holding their own to an extent, but again, they have 2 mobile quarterbacks that hold the ball too long, and Fields paid the price for it, getting hurt, getting hit a bunch, and now gets benched for it as a result.
Yeah, it's the Jets. We've covered them enough. I don't want to pour salt in the wound for Mr. Errol Marks, so we'll just leave it at that.
Don't worry, Jabba. They make you sore.
But the salt cleans out the wound.
Yeah, there is that. Rex Ryan made him sore. I was going to ask. He liked Rex Ryan so much. I wonder if he had a foot fetish just as well, Mr.
Probably does. I mean, he kept all his cleats, so he probably has.
Love it. I love that stuff. I did too. I mean, like sweat stains still. Like I still got the dirt from the bottom of my cleats. I still have. I put dirt in coasters from the field. So yeah, I love that stuff.
By the way, Alexander Felton. Wow. So I got Alexander. Yeah. And I didn't pick him, but automatically picked him. That's right.
Shy did?
Shy, yeah, I got Shy Alexander.
Wait, at 6?
At 6. Wow. He fell to me, yeah.
Who was in your league?
Who went ahead of? Who were the 5 guys that went aheed of him?
Edwards went ahead of him. There was a couple of guys.
That's crazy.
Listen, I'm not. What do I care?
That's absolutely crazy.
These guys know what they're doing, man. They know what.
Oh yeah, they do. They took. That's not. They just passed up on the MVP.
Trust me. These guys know what they're doing. I'm not lying. They know what they're doing.
So I guess they're fading OKC.
They don't. Well, they don't.
Let's talk about someone I was fading.
Not look offensive. Remember, this league is a PPR league. You're looking at rebounds. You're looking at everything. So that's the way they look at it. So.
Yeah, anyways, whatever. I still disagree because Doesn't make a difference because I'm usually wrong, like I am about the 6-1 Colts, who have the best record in the NFL. 38-24, they defeat the Chargers. Some silly numbers in this game. Daniel Jones, again, hyper efficient. 23 of 34, 288 yards, 2 touchdowns. Jonathan Taylor, been doing it all season long. 16 carries, 94 yards, 3 touchdowns on the ground, 5.9 yards per carry. Tyler Warren with another touchdown. Michael Pittman Jr. with another touchdown. On the other side, in kind of, comeback mode, which was not going to be enough, Herbert goes 37 of 55 for 420 yards, 3 touchdowns, 2 picks. They had no running game. Again, they lost both their running backs, and they're going with Kimani Vidal, only 9 carries, 20 yards. Tight end, I guess he's a tight end, Speedy. Aronde Gadsden Jr., or the second, 7 catches, 164 yards, and a touchdown out of nowhere. Probably going to be the #1 guy added in fantasy waivers this week. Keenan Allen, 11 catches, 119 yards, touchdown. Not enough. Couldn't get it done. A juggernaut in Indianapolis, Errol.
No question. Danny Dimes could be an MVP candidate by the end of the season. I love it. I love it. His quarterback rating is at 113 right now. One of the best in the league.
Ridiculous.
288 yards, 2 touchdown passes, and he has one of the best running backs, if not the best running back right now in the league, in Taylor. It's sensational. It's fun to watch. They're a fun team to watch. This is one of the more underrated defenses in the league. One of the best offensive lines, I think top 3. This team is working on all cylinders. You're going to ask me right now, this is the best team in the NFC, and this team could absolutely go to the Super Bowl this year. Who would have thought? Saquon Barkley wins the Super Bowl last year, and this year, Danny Dimes wins the Super Bowl with the Indianapolis Colts. Great story. Love it. Set up and fish. They're going to win a Super Bowl. Wow, what do you got?
What did I do that? What did I ever do to deserve that, though, Errol? It's not like I'm a bad person. Like, I help kids in need. Well, why did I ever do to deserve this kind of treatment?
Do I have to get my popcorn ready again, you two?
No, I got nothing. There's nothing. What am I supposed to say?
Yeah, you got a Colts team that has a top 5 player at quarterback, running back, and tight end so far this year. And you can get away with that in today's NFL if you have good offensive coaching. Even with the receivers, still Pittman's a good receiver, but you're still a lot of question marks after that. You can get away with that with top end coaching, as you've seen with the Chiefs, as you've seen obviously with the Rams over the years when they first started, even bringing Robert Woods, trying to rebirth him and all those guys. You can get away with that kind of thing. Patriots, obviously, look at all the random receivers besides Edelman that they had, and the defense, like Errol was saying, is very well rounded. This was a game they were down 2 corners in this game and still played very well. You expected the garbage time stats. So the garbage time stats for a reason. Both dominated the game.
Yeah.
All right, I'm up, guys. We got Trae Young, Donovan Mitchell. Now I need rebounds. Thompson, Mobley, Ball, Brunson, Barnes, Giddey, Brown. Who do I go with?
I mean,
Mobley of that group.
You just mentioned Mobley and said you need
Donovan
rebounds.
Mitchell?
I mean, it's
you don't
pretty.
think I should go with Donovan Mitchell?
Not if you're going need
You
rebounds.
said rebounds, right?
No. I'm just saying. It's my second pick. Donovan Mitchell's sitting over there. Do I pick Donovan Mitchell?
A lot of people like Mobley, for being like a multi-stat guy, but Trae Young's going to fill it up.
All right, I took Mobley. All right, let's go.
I would have picked between those two. Jabba, what do you got on this one before I can mercifully move on?
Danny Dimes, of course, and then Herbert. Yeah, his numbers look good, but a lot of those numbers came in late too. And he's 420 yards, but they continue to go out and like everybody's kind of said, other than Errol, who must have the Biff Sports Almanac, said that they would be 6-1 and Danny Dimes would be an MVP. So, hey, pass over some of that Biff information, dog.
That's still one of the greatest plot devices in any movie. He goes back in time and has the answers to all the betting, and he just becomes a billionaire. It's a genius idea.
I should be a billionaire. If I made that bet, I'd be pretty rich.
Changes history. It's a Back to Future 2 is pretty good sequel. People think underrated. All right, let's get into the Thursday game and the London game. The Jaguars, how many times they play in London, Speedy? 7 this year so far? Every game? It feels like I'm going to talk about that when we get to call your shot later tonight at the end of the show. Got a little theory about the Jaguars there. But the Bengals, with Joltin' Joe Flacco, defeated the Steelers on Thursday, 33-31. You remember we did a little story, Errol, of Tomlin getting pretty pissed off that the Bengals were giving Flacco. And there it is, Flacco with less than a week of practice, 31 of 47, 342 and 3 touchdowns on the Steelers. Out of control. Aaron Rodgers in the loss, 249 yards, 4 touchdowns, 2 picks. Jalen Warren, 127 yards rushing, another 31 receiving. Freiermuth had 111 yards and 2 touchdowns for the Steelers. And the other one, Jaguars no-showed the game in London. The Rams, far superior team. Jaguars seem to be a pretender. Rams 35, Jaguars 7. Errol?
Here's the facts. The Bengals and the Steelers, what a pathetic game. And I'll go back at it. Who cares if Joe Flacco was traded in the same division? Nobody cares. The Bengals aren't going anywhere unless Joe Burrow comes back. It was a great game. It was a great win for the Bengals against a Steelers team that's not very good defensively. And if they're not very good defensively, they're not going anywhere. Aaron Rodgers is playing a little bit better than he did with the Jets. This is not the same Aaron Rodgers with the Green Bay Packers. So fight on it, all right? As far as the Rams and the Jaguars, I got a text, a picture of what this gremlin did in the game where he had 100 yards, and it was in the crappy fourth quarter. If you look at his numbers going to the fourth quarter, he had 45 yards for 5 catches. Then all of a sudden in the fourth quarter, when nobody was giving a crap, including the Rams defense, this guy finally gets his first touchdown, and he has 100 yards. This guy is not good. Keith, you're not selling me something that is just absolute bogusness. Stop selling something that's not good. He stinks. He stinks. That's it. He got lucky. The Rams gave that touchdown up to that loser. That's all I'm going to say.
Good offensive coaches know how to elevate teams, especially when you don't have your number one wide receiver. We've seen that with the Chiefs doing that all year when Rice was suspended, and obviously Worthy was hurt a lot of the year. The Rams did this now with Puka Nacua, who was probably the best receiver in football for the first 6 weeks. He got hurt in the third quarter, I think, last week, and their offense scores 35 points. They mix it up with the running back. They spread the ball around very nicely against a Jaguars defense that was coming in actually very good. They were one of the top 10 pass defenses in the league. They were really good at getting pressure on the quarterback. And the Rams held their own. Their defense has been great all year. If their offense can play like this, they're right there with the Bucs and the Eagles up there at the top of the NFC. As far as the Bengals and Steelers, I agree with Errol. The Steelers, I don't trust the playoff team right now whatsoever. I would probably trust the Patriots to get into the playoffs more than the Steelers. And believe it or not, I would trust the Chargers more, even with all the injuries that they've had. The Bengals, it's just a matter of how quick Burrow can come back. But if he can come back quick, they play the Jets next week. Maybe they're right there. We'll see.
Yeah, I think the Bengals, it's just, Burrow is their offense kind of too. So when he goes, they go. So if he does get back, I think they can probably make a little run here. But yeah, the Rams are interesting because you always have that next guy up mentality, and they've kind of shown that throughout this year. And then, of course, the gremlin. The one time the wheel of the quarter doesn't. I picked Travis Hunter, just maybe he'll go off and save your tears, but he never does anything. And
I got one for you guys. Ready? Ball, Barnes, Giddy, Williams, who's hurt right now, Murray, Jackson Jr., White, Wagner, Murphy. Who do you go with? I like Barnes or Wagner. They're both good. Wagner is injury prone though. Barnes, I guess, a little. Jackson Jr. You wouldn't go with Jackson Jr.
You just took the center though in Mobley. You shouldn't go double up there. You probably should go either Scotty Barnes. Look, LaMelo Ball he's like a super wild card. He's waiting to explode, but he could also play only 25 games. You know what I mean? Like the biggest variance with him.
I'm gonna go with Barnes. I'm gonna take your advice on this, baby. I'm gonna take it, and hopefully I'll sink it. All
right, Jabba, you got anything else on this one?
No, I'm good.
All right, let's move on to the next set of games.
Together, guys, we're picking it together.
Yeah, so is it just a starting 5? Nothing crazy?
It's a whole team. It's a whole team. Yeah.
All right, so let's go to one of your favorite quarterbacks in the NFL, Errol. And, Caleb Williams, but I was really talking about Spencer Rattler. 20 of 32, 233, 2 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. They were not very good. He also lost a fumble, 4 turnovers he was responsible for. Olave had a good game, 98 yards, 2 touchdowns. The Bears didn't really need to throw all that much. It was mostly done on the ground. DeAndre Swift has woken up last couple of weeks, 124 yards and a touchdown. Kyle Manangai is a name that we're going to have to start learning. That's a weird spelling one, Errol. 13 carries, 81 yards, and a touchdown as the backup running back. And on the other game, the Browns, I mean, I guess Mike McDaniel still has his job. I was half expecting to have to do a story on that today. They got absolutely obliterated. Tua looks like he's not an NFL quarterback anymore. The way they're playing, 12 of 23, 100 yards and 3 picks. They brought Quinn Ewers into this game. Not Zach Wilson. He was demoted to third string for Quinn Ewers. Tell you how Zach's doing over there. Zach attack. Dylan Gabriel, not much doing in the air. Didn't need to. Quinshawn Judkins, the running back from Ohio State who had the great championship game, 25 carries, 84 yards, 3 touchdowns on the ground. And that was pretty much it for those 2 games, boys. What do you got?
Well, it's pretty simple. The Bears, Swift is the last 2 weeks has been unbelievable. They've been running the ball. Manungai looks like he's a player that is going to be a big part of this offense for the very near future. This team has a tremendous amount of offense. Look at Moore, Adunze, Loveland is actually catching the ball now. They're spreading this offense out very, very well. I think this Bears team is just fun to watch. And here's another thing. As far as I'm concerned with the Saints, what is going on with Alvin Kamara? Is he going to be a guy that they trade at the trade deadline? I would hope so. Alvin Kamara is having one of his worst years. He hasn't really been the same player.
They can't, though, Errol. Their backup got hurt in this game. Kendre Miller, that they were depending on. You're right. You know how old Alvin Kamara is? I think he's out. I think he might be my age. I think it's like that. He's been around for a very long time. Sorry for interrupting you.
No, that's fine. I don't know what Caleb Williams was on Sunday, but I think he'll be better. Remember, he's still learning an offense. It's not the same offense that Matt Eberflus was running. So it's going to be a completely different offense all the way through to the end of the season. I think Caleb Williams is special, and we're going to see that as he grows in as a quarterback in the NFL. As far as the Browns and the Dolphins, the Browns are so much better. Has anybody looked at Myles Garrett's body, dude? I saw
it's a joke.
Dude, that guy is like, he should be Conan the Barbarian. Honestly, he is like built like it's like I'm just being honest. The guy has got some physique, man. He looks unbelievable. He looks like a Greek god. The Dolphins stink. McDaniel, we all know the situation for what it is. The Browns, hey, maybe the Browns sneak into the playoffs. That division's up and down. We don't know what the Ravens are going to be. The defense stinks. Lamar Jackson, when is he coming back? I don't know. Hey, the Browns can make a move, and maybe Shedeur Sanders shows up and wins.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up. I would say besides the quarterbacks, the Browns rookie class this year has been tremendous. Mason Graham and Carson Schweitzer at the linebacker position, and then Judkins, who you mentioned, Fish, really good rookie running back. Probably might be the best rookie running back right now performance-wise, even though he missed the first couple games. But per game, he looks really good. And Harold Bannon at tight end looks really good as well, taking over for Njoku in this game. This Browns rookie class is really good. Miami, yeah, they're a lost cause. If I were them, I would shut Tua down the rest of the year. See what you have in Quinn Ewers, because, again, Tua, you're stuck with that contract. You're not going to be able to trade it. And with all the concussion problems. Yes, you got Ewers. Maybe you got something as a better backup. And then the Bears, they did what they had to do. Play good defense. Caleb Williams didn't have his best game, but like Errol's saying, Swift's coming on. That's a really good sign for a well-rounded offense.
Yeah, the Saints are awful, and I think Caleb is just going to keep getting better. I like these young kids, stepping up and playing and doing well. The Dolphins are just a dumpster fire. So, like you said, Fish, I thought there would be something going on there, but I think it's just a ticking time bomb for that one to go. But, yeah, these young kids stepping up has been fun, and I still want to see Spencer Rattler go off so Errol can go nuts.
Oh, I got something for Errol to go nuts about here. We got 2 teams that scored 31 points and won. 31-13 Patriots all over the Titans. It was close early. but they pulled away. Got some stats here from the game for you. Drake May, 21 of 23. 222 yards, 2 touchdowns. Ridiculous efficiency. 8 carries, 62 yards on the ground for May. Ramondre Stevenson got it going. 18 carries, 88 yards, and a touchdown. Looks like there is no more committee over there.
All right, guys, I'm up again. Do I go John Morant? He's still available at 50. Should I go John Morant or should I go big? All right, there's a lot of guys. I have Turner available, Duran, Ayton, Randall, Julius Randall, who's always good.
Yeah, I would say that's probably the best pick right now.
Julius Randall?
Yeah.
Hartstein's still available too. Gobert. So
I would go Randall.
I think so too. I'm going to go Randall.
You don't know what's going to happen with John Morant. The other game, Errol, is the one that I thought was going to make you a little upset. The Chiefs 31, the Raiders nothing. Geno Smith 10 for 16, 67 yards. They brought in Kenny Pickett in this game. I forgot he was there. Patrick Mahomes 26 of 35, 286 yards, 3 touchdowns. Pacheco got a touchdown on the ground. Rashee Rice in his return, 7 catches, 42 yards, and 2 touchdowns. They spread the ball around. They did the Chiefs thing the way they usually do it. They destroyed the Raiders. And Errol, get this. The league betting odd favorite for MVP right now is Patrick Mahomes at minus 140.
All right, let's go to the Patriots right now. I know everybody has this love fetish for Drake May. He looks really, really good. There's no question that he does. Top 5, Mikey C's on drugs. He's not. Stop selling that. It's not happening. But I would say he's a top 10 quarterback right now. I would put him at 9 or 10 right now. He's having a good year. The AFC's weak. So can the Patriots win the AFC East? Absolutely. If the Buffalo Bills can't stop the run, they're going to have problems winning that division. They're a wild card team at best right now, the way Buffalo's playing defense. They got to change. But I think that the Patriots are playing crappy teams, and they're beating them like they're supposed to, beating the crappy teams. I am very impressed with Rashad Stevenson. I think he's starting to get his feet under him. You're seeing why he's so important. By the way, Stephon Diggs again this week having a big week. 69 yards. He's doing what he's supposed to do. No touchdowns, 7 targets. Drake May is throwing it to him more. So, not surprised. As far as the Chiefs are concerned, guys, stop. The Chiefs, yes, Rice is back. Patrick Mahomes, good for that. Patrick Mahomes is not the MVP right now. He's not. I would go Dak Prescott.
Who's your MVP right now?
Right now, Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott's having a sensational year right now. You look at Dak Prescott's numbers right now with this is a bad defense and a bad Cowboys team.
He's scoring 30 and their defense is giving up 30.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Let me give you the odds where everyone is, including your beloved Dak Prescott. I was wrong. It's plus 150 for Mahomes. Mayfield's at plus 320. Josh Allen plus 400. Yep. Drake May, 4th at plus 950. Stafford at plus 1,000. Yep. Goff at plus 2,000. Daniel Jones at 2,200. Right. Jordan Love, for some reason, at 2,800. And then Dak at plus 3,000.
I'm going to tell you why. Because Dak right now is in a division that is run by the Eagles. If he gets his team in the playoffs, you're going to see him being considered up there with all the other quarterbacks right now. It's still very early. I don't care what the numbers are telling you right now with Vegas. That's going to change week by week. And Dak Prescott's proven himself to be in the elite, the top 5 quarterbacks in the league.
Well, that's good money if you really believe in it, Errol. That's 30-1 on your money.
I don't bet on sports, but I if you're a betting man, I would bet some shekels on it.
What would be funny is if you convince the beef to somehow bet on it because he always wins.
I mean, right now, Dak Prescott's thrown more yards than any quarterback in the league. He's thrown how many interceptions this year? Not many. So, I mean, this offensive line, is it good? It's okay. Their defense is amongst the league's worst. And he's putting up the numbers that he's putting up. It's pretty impressive. And by the way, CeeDee Lamb has been out 3 weeks, and he's still putting up the numbers he's putting up. It's impressive. And Daniel Jones, too. I would put both of them. Patrick Mahomes is a popular player. Allen is a popular player. Of course, they're going to put Baker Mayfield is a popular player. That's the only reason why they're up on the board right now. That's going to change by the end of the season.
But Dak can get this team in the playoffs.
The theme is really quarterbacks that have elevated them without their top guys there. Dak has definitely done that with CD Lamb and elevating a new guy who was a head case in George Pickens to having some great wide receiving numbers this year. Jake Ferguson's been a top 3 tight end so far this year because of the way Dak Prescott's played. And you can say the same thing with Baker with all the injuries that the Bucs have had too. So they would definitely be my top 2. Mahomes has definitely done a really good job. The Chiefs also have a really good offensive line and still have a defense that probably besides the fourth quarter against the Jaguars and the first half against the Chargers, they played really well, and they played really well in this game. The Patriots, I'm going to shine some light on somebody else too that's played really well. Only allowing 1 sack since week 1, and that's Will Campbell, their 4th overall pick. They played very well in pass protection so far, getting a lot better in run protection as well. That defense is finding their groove too under Vrabel. And you're muted, Jala.
I said you guys kind of touched on this all, so let's get this trainer going.
All right, let's move on to the Eagles. Errol's second favorite team that he's wearing a Saquon Barkley jersey of. 28-22.
Relax
over
over
the
there.
Vikings. Great
Relax
game by
over-
Jalen Hurts. They tried to take away the run. Saquon did nothing. 18 for 44. He's having a real tough season because they're just trying to take him away completely now because of what he did last year. Jalen Hurts, though, came through. 19 of 23, 326, 3 touchdowns, 2 to A.J. Brown, who had 4 catches and 121 yards. Devonta Smith, 9 catches, 183 yards, and a touchdown, including a 79-yard touchdown. Pretty big day for the twosome over there. Carson Wentz loves throwing picks. You knew he wasn't going to beat the Eagles. Jordan Mason had a touchdown on the ground. Jordan Addison had a good game in the air. 9 catches, 128 yards in that one. Wentz, of course, didn't lose a fumble, but tried to. That's kind of how those games go. And then Jaden Daniels got hurt in this Cowboys-Commanders game. They said that he avoided major injury, so he is going to be week to week with a slight hamstring pull. But didn't help. As soon as he went down, Marcus Mariota fires up a pick 6.
All
Game
right,
was out of
boys.
reach immediately.
I'm up
44-22.
again. I'm up again. Here we go. I got White. He's available. Murphy, Reeves, Fox, Butler, Daniels, Turner, DeRozan, Garland. Who do you go? Where do we go?
I would probably go Fox. Well-rounded point guard.
He's injured right
That
Oh, wait. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Never mind.
you,
Garland.
but like, how injured is Fox? What do you mean he's injured?
now.
He's just coming back from the thing last year.
Hamstring participated in a shoot-around, so let's go with the ALCS. I'm going to go.
You realize how stacked they're going to be? How stupid that team's going to be?
I'm going to go with De'Aaron Fox.
Oh, that was part of Errol's bet with the guy he made at Applebee's that the Spurs were going to be a top 5 team.
Listen,
the Nuggets aren't going to
I'm putting this team together, man. I like my team this year. I'm going to tell Justin, you're not going to cheat this year, you little bitch.
All right, Errol, you got these 2 games to talk about.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm hurting your feelings, guys. Let's be honest. All right, the Vikings. I'm trying to pull up this game thing here. I'm trying to pull up the numbers. What's going on here? All right, there it is. Here, it's pretty simple. The Eagles are right now getting their feet under them. You see the offense. You see what they're capable of doing. Saquon has not even taken off yet. Devontae Smith and Brown are taking off. 300 yards from those 2 guys. If they do that, and this defense could just hold it together and keep teams under 20, this team's going to be hard to beat. Who's going to beat this team? This is the best team in football. You can argue all you want. This is as good a team as any team in football when healthy. Their safeties and their corners need to stay healthy, but I think the Eagles are absolutely as good as anybody in the NFC. They're the best team all around in all of the NFL. Cowboys, Commanders, the question is Jaden Daniels. How hurt is he? How long is he going to be out? This is his 2nd injury in 5 weeks. That scares me. Sophomore year, took his team to the NFC title game last year against the Eagles. Lost in a big game against the Eagles, but everybody thought this was going to be a big year for him. The Cowboys are for real. This offense is for real. They can put up the numbers. This was a statement game for the Dallas Cowboys. It tells you that the Cowboys are not going away. They're going to compete all the way to the end. That tells me a lot about Dak Prescott. It tells me a lot about this team. And now with CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, watch out, buddies. This team could be as explosive as any team in football. Sell it, beat it, put it up. I think that both these teams, the Cowboys and the Eagles, make the playoffs.
Since Dan Quinn has gone to Dallas, we've seen Brian Schottenheimer head-to-head kind of has the upper edge. Washington won the first game last year, but Dallas was still able to move the ball offensively.
That went over like a fart.
They beat the Commanders on that crazy ending of that game the second time they played. And then this is absolute domination. You can see the difference when you have a better second receiver on the other side of CeeDee Lamb, how much of a difference it can make when Pickens really his head is on straight. And Dallas' offensive line, you mentioned it's not amazing, but it definitely played above average for offensive line standards this year. And this was probably a good statement for the Dallas defense. They need to probably get some confidence in a younger team. I was mentioning it's probably going to be one of the worst in the league at the beginning of the year, but they're a young team. They're going to get better over time. So NFC's going to be tough. It'll be tough for them to make the playoffs, but they're going to be right there. I agree with you. The Eagles, if they got what they need with the outside passing attack going. I mentioned with the Rams, once their offense starts to wake up, they're going to be one of the most well-rounded teams. So will the Eagles. And this was a big flaw for them all year, especially with A.J. Brown, and he's gotten it going now.
Einhorn is a man!
Great movie. No, I think the Cowboys their offense is great. Dak obviously, playing like an MVP. Their defense scares me a little bit to be able to see if they can, stop them from scoring. I think they did do a better job, like Speedy said, but that'll be the telltale for them if they can. Obviously, they're not going to have a problem putting points on the board, but it's going to be a problem if they can not stop the other team from putting points on the board too. The Eagles, it's just they're bound to have some bumps in the road, getting older, doing whatever, but at the same time, they know how to win. They're going to be able to put it together, and the Vikings, getting Addison and those guys, but just a little short on the Eagles this week.
All right, last set of games, guys. Packers 27, Cardinals 23, and the 49ers 20. The Falcons 10.
is Einhorn.
First thing, again, another Jacoby Brissett game where the Cardinals look competent as opposed to when Kyler Murray's their starting quarterback. Brissett 25 for 36, 279, 2 touchdowns. Again, they've lost their running backs. Not much going on the ground. Bam Knight, 57 yards. Trey McBride had 2 touchdowns on 10 catches and 74 yards in that one for the Cardinals in the losing effort. Jordan Love, not a great game for him. 19 of 29, 179 and a touchdown, 22 yards on the ground. Josh Jacobs, another 2 rushing touchdowns. Tucker Kraft, 1 through the air. It was enough for the Packers to win kind of an ugly game. And then, Errol, despite your best wishes, the 49ers will not go away. They are 5-2 with the Mac attack at quarterback. But it was not Mac Jones. He didn't have a particularly great game. It was a vintage effort from Christian McCaffrey, 201 total yards, 129 on the ground, 2 touchdowns, 7 catches, 72 yards. I remember, Errol, in our fantasy draft, getting a lot of crap when I took Christian McCaffrey at number 5. And guess what? He is currently the number 1 running back in fantasy football.
That's all right. I'm number 1 in our league, so it doesn't matter.
I'm right there. I just watch your back. I'm coming for you.
I think you lost this week, by the way.
No, I killed whoever I had.
Oh, okay. I think I lost this week. I
had McCaffrey. I wasn't losing this week.
Shut your mouth. All right. It's pretty simple. There's a lot to swim on this. The Packers. I don't know what Packers are going to show up. I don't know what team is going to show up week by week. That's what scares me. This defense could be for real. They're up and down. And Jordan Love, who I thought was going to have such a great year, he's been up and down. Ever since Reed went down in week 1, Jaden Reed has really been an important piece to this offense. And since he's gone down, this offense has not been as good as I thought it was going to be. So I want to see more from this defense. As far as the 49ers are concerned, they played the Falcons. That was a pretty nice win by the 49ers. That was probably their biggest win over the last couple of weeks, and one of the harder teams they played this week. Christian McCaffrey is a beast. I don't think I could argue that from anybody. He's special, and he likes to show off his son in a lot of the videos in the TikTok. So he looks like he's a happy dad. Congratulations to the 49ers, even though Kyle Shanahan's going to screw this one up like he always does.
Well, we can't discount this game without giving credit to New York Jets legend Bambi Sala and the defensive game plan he had in this game. No Fred Warner. They lost Nick Bosa, obviously, earlier this year. A couple other pass rushers rotated in. Michael Williams played really well as a rookie pass rusher. What do you got?
All right, guys, here we go. We got the Portland Trailblazers, Abijah, that kid, Daniels, DeRozan, Garland, White, Poole, Nembhard, Harnstein, Obi Ananobi.
So I hate this guy, but without Halliburton, I think Nembhard's going to have a really big year. But I don't know if he's the right guy to go there. But
How about Garland?
I like Garland. Or Hartenstein is my other option.
Harnstein, he's going to give you everything, and you need rebounding and stuff like that. You need bigs because the bigs
there's just a lot of situations where he only plays 20 minutes a game. I don't know if I would go with him at this point with those guys still on the board.
So who do I go with?
I would go with Garland otherwise.
I don't know about that, but
I went with Garland.
All right. Better hope for the best with that guy.
Finishing up what I was saying with the Niners defense, a lot of young guys in the secondary too. I think really proving a lot against Drake London and Bijan Robinson, holding their own. Both of them did not have great games in this one. 49ers just good counter game plans. And Packers, I agree with Errol, kind of ugly win. Arizona just kind of fell apart at the end of the game. They were out coaching and out playing Green Bay most of this.
Yeah, what all they said. Sorry, George Springer just hit a 3-run homer to go up 4-3, so I kind of blacked out.
Yeah. The tables have turned. Just sucks that Owen is going to just keep on going with this Kyle Shanahan, Mac Jones, Mac Attack parade, and that has been our Week 7 coverage of the NFL here on the Whip Around.
I love Owen, and I talked to Owen off air, and I'm definitely going to get him back on because I miss the crazy SOB. I really do. I miss him. He has got some friggin' personality, man. You can't hate on Owen. You really can't. Speaking of hating on somebody, Florida fires Billy Napier. Yes, finally they made the move. ESPN reported on Sunday that Florida has fired head coach Billy Napier after 3.5 seasons with the team, after the team beat Mississippi State 23-21. Fire Billy chants were heard throughout the game, with the coach and team both getting booed at the halftime, even with the Gators leading 13-7. Florida owes Napier $21 million, and it has to be paid within the next 30 days, according to the terms of Napier's contract. This is the second time over the last 8 years that Florida will be paying and buyout money to 3 head coaches at once, as they are also still paying Dan Mullen and Will Muschamp. Napier finished his Gators career 22-23 record and a 12-16 versus SEC opponents. He was also 5-17 against ranked opponents and 3-12 against Florida's biggest rivals, Florida State, Miami, Georgia, LSU, and Tennessee. The current betting favorites to get the top job at Florida is led by Ole Miss head coach Lane Kiffin, with Louisville head coach Jeff Brom second, and recently fired James Franklin third. I'm going James Franklin. Everybody knows how much I love James Franklin, and I think he needs to go to an SEC team. I want to see him go to a big school and have a chance to win. I think he's a great recruiter. Everybody knows what I feel about this guy. Now, did he fail with Penn State? Yeah, he failed with Penn State. Last year, a year ago, to this day, he was one game away from a national championship. Florida, when was the last time Florida went to a national championship?
When Tebow was there.
Okay. So, to me, it's a no-brainer. Lane Kiffin, you want Lane Kiffin there? You want big mouth Lane there causing trouble? He's a great recruiter. I'm not going to take any shots about what Lane Kiffin is on and off a football field. We know what he is off the field. On the football field, this is a great football mind. We know about his father and his grandfather. He's got a great historic background when it comes to coaching. Lane Kiffin is also a guy that hasn't coached a big-time school. And I know everybody keeps talking about Ole Miss and everything. Has Ole Miss ever gone to a national championship? When was the last time Ole Miss went to a national championship? Big-time school? As far as I'm concerned, Ole Miss is not a big-time school. They don't go to national championships. Do you want to take a chance with Lane Kiffin? I'm going James Franklin, a guy that I think is very capable of taking a team to a national championship, was one game away from it. Now, as far as Napier is concerned, well-deserved. This is a guy that has failed. He brings in one of the best prospects, one of the best quarterbacks in all of the country, and has failed to get this guy over the hump, get this guy in position to succeed. This offense has been one of the worst offenses in the country. When going into the season, this was supposed to be one of the best offenses in the country and one of the best running games in the country. It's really, they've just fallen flat on their face. And there's really nothing good to say about the Florida Gators. They're just reaching. Every 3 years, every 2 years, they're reaching for a coach, and they fail to find the right one.
Yeah, it's interesting because at the time I thought it was a good hire because I thought Florida needed a program builder. They wanted to go for those quick fixes at points after Urban Meyer left. They tried that with Muschamp. They tried that obviously with Mullen, was a different case. I think he was more of a different issue why he ended up getting bought out. But still, I think when you look at the state of the college football as a whole and all these new teams that have broken out because of the way the NIL structure has been, because of the way the rules have loosened up with the college football playoffs, you're seeing these new breakout teams like Vanderbilt in the SEC, for example, having a strong season. You see the ACC teams, the way Miami just lost, but them bouncing back the way they did. And I think because of that, you have to look for a coach that's going to be flexible with the transfer portal, be flexible with the new ways of it. And you saw it work with their basketball team.
I'm up against Speedy.
What do you got?
Well, all right. We have Nembhard still available. Do we go Nembhard? Or we have Harnstein? Those two guys are my guys. Where do we go? Jarrett? Harnstein? Where do you go, Fisherman?
Jarrett says Harnstein as well.
Harnstein? How about you, Jabba? Where do you go?
He's going to give you a hard 20. So Hardenstein.
I'm going to go Harnstein too, because you can't find bigs. You could always find guards. So
that seems to be the pattern with your league and the little bit you've told me about it.
Harnstein it is, baby.
Nick's a legend. But finishing up what I was saying with Florida.
Sorry.
You saw their basketball team win a championship 3 years into hiring a younger coach in Todd Golden. They brought him over from a San Francisco team that plays in the same conference as Gonzaga. They weren't winning a lot, but they were building with the new type of identity that you see in college sports. And I think you need that kind of younger type, fresh mind rather than somebody like Napier is kind of an older school type guy. He run a really good program at Louisiana. I liked the hire at the time, but again, it just doesn't fit for as much in today's game. And again, with Penn State firing Franklin and all these other coaches end up getting these big buyouts, you got to win. You got to get these instant results. Look at Jimbo Fisher with it, Texas A&M. All the recruiting money they have, they can't do that. It gives them a good excuse to finally do it. I don't think it'll be as big of a flashy name. I think Florida is not that type of program to do that. I think it's going to be somebody we don't expect.
Hart's still available, and this guy could do everything. So next round, I might have to bring up Josh Hart. I might have to pick him. But go ahead.
All right.
Good job. I'm having fun here. We're working here. We're working. We got to win.
Oh, yeah. And then I'm just going to pass a note from none other than Owen himself as he just messaged me and goes, "Tell Errol I'm watching in CMC for MVP." So yeah, he's still watching. So hi, Owen.
What drugs are you on, Mr. O, man? Not a chance in hell. Not a chance. By the way, Taylor's been the best running back in football right now. Are you going to argue that? Taylor's been the best running back. He's been the most consistent. Am I wrong or right? On Indianapolis. Indianapolis is 6-1. Why do you think they're 6-1? Daniel Jones and Taylor. Taylor has been as good as anybody in the league. I think he's been the most confident and most aggressive one out of all of them. So I'm going Taylor over Mr. CMC. So that's all I'm going to say. And Bijan Robinson's pretty damn good.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's probably not far behind.
He's been pretty damn good, too. I got them both. So kiss this, Owen.
Yeah, Java's loving that a little too much.
That was fantastic. I'm just waiting to see bubbles pop up. So
yeah, he has a love fest for CMC. It's fine.
All right. Well, while you watch out for Owen's bubbles, I'll finish up with this.
I got a bubble for him.
There's a couple, obviously, with the younger. I mentioned Matt Campbell for being a realistic one for Penn State last week. I could see that kind of thing with Florida. The name to watch, I think, for a younger coach, more of a new school coach, is Missouri's Eli Drinkwitz. I think is another one that's interesting because he's built that program up very well, kind of in the same time as Florida hired Napier too. So if they want a newer school guy and more of an offensive guy, that could be a direction they look in as well.
yeah, I talked to my assistant. He went to Florida. He was there with like Udonis Haslam. He was a basketball guy, and like Teddy and all those guys. So they're like, all his Florida buddies are like, yeah, we want Lane Kiffin. So that's kind of from Gator Nation. That's
I don't think it happens. I know the rumor is kind of out there, and it's funny because of how much Lane Kiffin is bumped around the SEC. It's like, oh, he's gonna keep going and screw Ole Miss, and Lane Kiffin would be the type of guy to do that. I think. I just don't think Florida is the type of program as an athletic program to do that.
Listen, you do not want Lane Kiffin over there at Florida. Come on. That personality in that locker room. I like Lane. I would take Lane up to be my next coach for the New York Jets if it doesn't work out with Aaron Glenn. I think he's funny. I think his personality is perfect for New York. Florida, recruiting, I don't know. I don't go that route. I go James Franklin. He knows how to recruit. He recruits a lot of great superstars. Go look. Look at the guys that he's recruited over the years. Saquon's pretty damn good. There's a tight end right now in Indianapolis, pretty damn good.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's a pass rusher with the Giants, pretty damn good. There's an offensive lineman on the Jets and Fashanu. That's pretty damn good. I'm going James Franklin if I'm the Florida Gators. I'm going with a guy that knows how to recruit and players that want to play for the coach. I'm going with the guy that's going to bring in the best players, if you would ask me.
And please don't ever think that Urban Meyer is going back there. That's not going to happen.
That's not happening. Urban Meyer is done. He is done. He's better off just doing broadcasting here and there and analyzing whatever he's watching.
And he barely deserves that job.
He is so bad. When he talks football, I wonder if I know more about football than he does. 100%. I mean, seriously, he sits there and he's talking about the X's and the O's, and I get dumber watching him. It's really, I used to like him. I used to think Urban Meyer, this guy is a great coach. He knows how to win. And then I look at all the quarterbacks he's coached over the years, and I'm like, that's the guy that drafted Lawrence, isn't it?
Errol, let's not forget about this. Remember when Ryan Hickey thought he would be a good NFL coach?
Oh, please, Ryan Hickey. I love you, Ryan. I love you. It's CBS Sports Radio. Keep up the good work, my friend. And he's a Colts fan, so I guess he. By the way, Ryan Hickey, when Danny Dimes went to the Indianapolis Colts, he attacked it. He was like, I can't believe they brought Danny Dimes. And I texted him. I said, you're going to thank me when I tell you that Danny Dimes is going to take off over there in Indianapolis. And now we have Indiana Jones. Now all he can talk about is Indiana Jones on his damn Colts show. Please, Ryan, sell whatever you want to sell. And Urban Meyer stinks. Stinks. Horrible exes. Speedy, I take you as an offensive or defensive coordinator. He stinks. Absolutely horrible.
Yeah, he still has a job at Fox because Fox likes to
Dude,
keep...
Fox hires anybody.
I know.
They hire any stupid ass. I love Fox. I would love to. And listen, if Fox wants to pick up our show in the future, we'd love to work for Fox. I'm not taking shots at the organization.
You're going to work with Mark Sanchez.
But the people that they choose to work for their organization, when they're nitpicking and picking this player, that guy, that, it's remarkably stupid. It just doesn't make any sense.
Jets vent session in
By
5
the
years
way,
with Errol Marks and Mark Sanchez.
Nembhard is still available.
Go for it.
Should I get Nembhard? Yeah. He's still sitting there. I know Coach Fish over there is like, yeah, go get him. Not Josh Hart. Should I go Josh Hart or Nembhard?
I would still go Nembhard of those two, just because Hart's offensive upside is more streaky. I just don't know with like the rep. I would probably go Nembhard.
I think somebody picked Josh Hart. Oh man, damn it! I guess
that clears it up. Then.
I gotta go Nembhard.
Got some breaking news, guys. Mike Evans broke his collarbone tonight. He's going to miss most of the rest of the season.
Oh, great. That's my guy. This really pisses me off. Thank you. Oh, my God.
Anything I can do.
Thank you. Thanks for ruining my night. That benefits you because it's in our league, you pain in the ass. Yes, Jesus. I've lost my will, okay? For all you Florida Gator fans that are sitting here crying the wind, Gator Nation, the swamp, give me a break. Honestly, if you're a program right now and you know you have James Franklin out there, you'd be a dope ass not picking James Franklin. I would throw whatever it takes to get James Franklin over there. I would do whatever it takes to get him over there. But they're going to go Lane Kiffin. I have this feeling they're going Lane Kiffin. And when they do, 2 years, 2.5 years, well, they'll be looking for a new coach because Franklin will go somewhere else and succeed. I think Franklin goes to Wisconsin. That's what I think.
I was going to bring that up last week, but I didn't want to piss off Josh.
I don't want to piss myself off. I don't want to see Franklin. I hate Wisconsin.
I did mention Iowa and Wisconsin last week as like fits for that type of team. I just don't know if I don't know what
he's going to go there.
I could see that. I think it's more of a Big Ten type of team. I don't know if I necessarily see him just because I think the SEC's kind of changed if they would do that much.
If you look at his recruiting class, it's sensational. He knows how to recruit, and that's the way I go. I'm going with the best recruiting guy. Speaking of recruiting, Jabba, aren't we brought to you by something?
Yeah, actually, we're brought to you by good friends of mine, Marine-owned Veterans Renovations. They've got over 30 years, so if you're looking to do a new roof, siding, windows, or more, give them a call or go to veteranrenovationsne.com. They'll do free inspections. They have warranties, and they have 0% financing as an option. So check them out online at veteranrenovationsne.com. They can come out and give you a free quote. Great people that allow us to do what we do here today. Veteran-owned with over 30 years combined experience. So check them out and give them a call.
Veteran Renovation. Speedy, come on, give him a
Veteran Renovation.
You got to give him with like a little oomph.
Veteran Renovation.
Use the hips.
What?
Use the hips.
What am I, a salsa dancer?
Sitting down using your hips. I like it.
When we come back, we got Jabba rules. Dial it up and call your shot. But first, our Sports Minute.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, guys. Aaron Fishman here with your Sports Minute. Got a couple of stories for you before we get to the scores this evening. In more horrible news, former All-Pro running back Doug Martin died at the age of 36 in police custody. Apparently, police had been called to a house that was being burglarized, with Martin being the suspected burglar. Preliminary reports are that Martin was the burglar and that he was experiencing a medical episode in the middle of the burglary. Martin then apparently struggled with police briefly before becoming unresponsive and passing away while in police custody in Oakland, California. As more details come out, discussion will certainly and perhaps rightfully begin to lead to yet another discussion about CTE and the struggles of football players post-career due to the physicality of the game. Prayers to his family in these terrible times. And in a different type of news, which I think some of you might find interesting, Kevin Durant's business partner and boardroom CEO, Rich Kleiman, told ESPN Sunday that future Hall of Famer and the Houston Rockets agreed to a 2-year, $90 million extension, a good $30 million under the max. Durant, who was eligible for the max extension, reportedly wanted to sacrifice money on a new deal to allow the franchise to have some flexibility to build a championship roster. Despite his sacrifice, Durant had a lot of people on social media saying he didn't really sacrifice much, especially when he'll be making $45 million a year at the age of 40 from Houston. And he is the NBA's career earnings record holder with this new contract, with passing LeBron James, and he has made $598.2 million in just contracts alone in his career in the NBA. The Rockets currently have the 5th best odds to win the NBA title this season at 14-1. We've got some scores, and the first score and the main score to talk about. We are in the top of the 9th. It is the last chance for the Mariners to come back. They are losing 4-3 in Game 7 of the ALCS. Jeff Hoffman is in to close it out for the Blue Jays. The Mariners gave up the lead on a 3-run home run by George Springer to put the game in the bottom of the 7th off of Brian Wu. Pretty big deal, and we'll let you know what happens as the game finishes during the show. In football this evening, we got a couple of Monday Night Football games. One has already gone final. The Lions were all over the Buccaneers, 24-9. Jahmyr Gibbs, 17 carries, 136 yards, and 2 touchdowns, with another 82 yards receiving. And also in action right now, the Seahawks are up on the Texans 14-0. Sam Darnold has a touchdown pass and 100 yards. The touchdown was to Jackson Smith in Jigba. And in hockey this evening, the Rangers, well, let's face it, there's a few certainties in life, and currently they are death, taxes, and the Rangers losing at Madison Square Garden. They're 0-4 at the Garden this season. They fall to the Wild 3-1. Other games that have gone final earlier, the Flyers 5, Kraken 2, Canadiens 4, Sabres 2. In the second period right now, with 8:47 remaining, it's 0-0 between the Flames and Jets. And at the end of the first, the Vegas Golden Knights have a 2-0 lead on the undefeated Hurricanes in the Battle of the Unbeatens. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube on our Job in the Mouth handle, on Facebook under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle, and on Twitter under our host handle at ErrolMarks34. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us both there and on Spotify. Now in video. Make sure to like and subscribe to all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos that you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our next segment on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
Wow, I like it. What is this, like 50 Cent night? 631 672 3108 is the number to call. You're listening to 50 Cent. No, I'm just joking. Jabba and the Mouth. My name is Errol Marks, my co-host, Jabba Chamberlain and Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouth every single Mondays and now Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all the shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. And our show is brought to you by the one and only Ice Shaker. We haven't done this in a little while, but why not? Go to iceshaker.com and shop all their official licensed collections from Star Wars to Marvel and so much more. Enjoy free shipping when you spend $50 or more. Go to iceshaker.com to check out all their great products and deals. And ladies and gentlemen, if you go to iceshaker.com, it is the holidays. You know what that means, ladies and gentlemen? There's going to be a lot of wonderful deals. And ladies and gentlemen, Christmas is around the corner. Go get your Ice Shaker. If you want Jabba's beautiful mug, my beautiful mug on one of these Ice Shakers, you can go to iceshaker.com. I don't know if you want any of our mugs, but it would be nice to celebrate a full year of Jabba in the Mouth with me and Jabba. Well, by the way, guys, I got our new uplifting poster that, yes, I got our sign, our pull-up sign for our live shows. I got it in. I'll show you guys after the show. It's beautiful, and it's ready to go for our live show. I guess we're going to do it at Carmine's. Our first show is going to be at Carmine. Speedy is Nithin is working on that right now. Jabba, that means you got to come up here. That means Wi-Fi and everything. Carmine's, we're going to work on some guests. Everybody can come and check us out. We're going to do it sometime probably after Thanksgiving, I would think. Between Thanksgiving and Christmas, probably sometime in December. Maybe we'll go to the hospitals. Maybe we'll make a Jabba Bear. You know, we were talking about that. Go to a couple hospitals.
Yeah, we still need the Nithin Bear. Blue blazer.
I don't know if you want an Errol Bear. I mean, come on.
We need the Nithin Bear. Blue blazer and leash, and then a shirt that says a lot of hot ladies.
No, we do not want a Nithin Bear. No way.
I farted. I am a legend. Yum yum.
Yeah, you can do another one with I am a legend.
Melons.
We do not want Nithin Bear. Anyways, we call this Jabba Rules.
History in the making. Jabba Rules.
All right, here we go. Jabba, it's time for you to tell us what rules tonight.
There was a lot too. I mean, we kind of touched on one guy I was going to touch on, but I think what rules are game sevens. In all of sports, there's nothing like a win or go home. I don't care if it's hockey, basketball, baseball. And you look at game seven, there's always something to be said about, especially late as you get further into the playoffs and you see. And I felt like this one was going to be a doozy. We got a game seven going on right now. It's in the ninth inning. It's been a back and forth game. A guy comes up tied for the most go-ahead homers in playoff history. and hits a 3-run homer, and now you have it. I mean, it's literally like it's Game 7 vibe. There's nothing that rules more than having it all on the line and getting to do this show and watch it at the same time. I mean, what else could be better? And spending it with you guys.
Well, there you go. Game 7, we're at it's 2 outs in the top of the 9th right now. They got Julio Rodriguez, the future, maybe the present, if he can make it happen right now for the Mariners in this key situation. But we're going to keep moving on with the show, Errol. That's what rules tonight.
You know, I can't believe this. Could you imagine the Blue Jays? When was the last American League team to come back from a 2-0 deficit and win a series? Was it the Yankees?
Ooh, I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't. This first time the Blue Jays been in the World Series since '93.
Yeah.
I think somebody picked up Castle, Speed. Oh, you believe this crap? This is. Now I'm starting to reach.
Now you're going to take into the woodshed by these experts here in the later rounds. That's not where you lose in the early rounds. It's the later rounds.
I'm looking, man. I'm looking. I'm trying to guess here. Kyrie Irving's still available. Should I pick him up and let him sit my bench?
Well, I mean, he'll be back later on. Then you get a guy who gets a lot of points per game, so it's not a bad idea if you don't think that you think you have a starting lineup already filled out.
Oh, I have starting lineup. I have and Tyrese Halliburton, who's Damian Lillard. These guys are not even going to play this year. I'm going Kyrie Irving. How about LaMelo Ball?
Still there?
He's still there. Should I go LaMelo Ball?
Yeah, I would.
I would probably go LaMelo because you don't know what you're getting out of him this year.
They just
with Kyrie.
picked my guy. Smith, they picked.
Jabari Smith from the Rockets?
I think so.
That's not bad either.
They just picked my guy. Jabari Smith.
Okay.
All right.
That's it, boys.
More front court depth.
Jabari Smith is actually pretty good.
He's fine. Not going to give as much offensively, but defensively he should.
Looks like the Blue Jays will be returning to the World Series. They have beaten the Seattle Mariners 4-3. Julio Rodriguez struck out in the 9th inning to end the game. And there it is.
Not very happy. Not very happy about it. That's for damn sure.
We'll get to talk about the World Series coming up on next episode on Wednesday, but we still got some numbers to make a call to.
Dial it up.
We interrupt this regularly scheduled topics to bring you important news for a big broadcast to do here. We're about to dial it up.
Breaking news.
All right, guys. Welcome to Dial It Up, everyone's favorite lightning round sports segments. And we got a doozy to start it off. Errol hasn't seen these stories, doesn't know. He's going to react, and we'll have one person react to him. Brian Cashman, Yankees general manager, fires back at Jeter and A-Rod. I don't know if you saw this, Errol, but he took some shots in the media as his former players took shots at him while they are now currently in the media. A-Rod and Jeter we talked about it last week, or 2 weeks ago now. Both claimed that Cashman and his analytics crew were making lineup decisions and calling down during the game to influence decisions made by manager Aaron Boone. Jeter and A-Rod also took shots at poor roster construction and defended Boone. Cashman then denied these claims on WFAN's Evan and Tiki, saying, "It's not true, clearly. They don't know. Clearly they don't know. I know that Jeter said that. I don't know what he meant by it. He said he doesn't have any inside knowledge when he said it, but he did say it for whatever reason." It's a lot of says it, say it over here, but I don't know, Errol. Every single person we've talked to seems to think there's a lot of decisions coming from upstairs being brought to Mr. Boone. So is Cashman throwing Boone under the bus right now to defend himself? Dial it up!
I don't think so. First of all, if anybody has kept Boone right to the hip, it's Brian Cashman. Brian Cashman has already said that Aaron Boone is going to keep his job and we're tied to the hip. And I expect that. I believe that's going to happen. If Brian Cashman steps down, Aaron Boone's going to get fired. I don't know why Derek Jeter is speaking. This is a guy that's come out and said that he never wanted to be an analyst. He doesn't want to talk to the media. He doesn't want to be on social media. This guy's all over social media. This guy's on Fox. He's hanging out with two personalities. Derek Jeter is not a personality. You can see it on television. You look at Alex's personality. David Ortiz is a personality. Derek, there's no personality whatsoever. Alex Rodriguez should just concentrate on his basketball team, concentrate on what he is doing when it comes to the businesses that he's working with. I understand he loves the game of baseball. I understand what he's trying to do, and he's trying to make a statement as a professional athlete and a successful one to be exact. I just don't know why anybody's attacking Brian Cashman. If you look at Brian Cashman's past, I know Jabba is not a big fan of his. Just think about it. Tell me the last professional sports team with 34 consistent and consecutive winning seasons. There is none. That record will never be broken. Who's a part of those great teams and those teams of success? Brian Cashman. He's one of the big reasons why they've continued on when George Steinbrenner has left. I think Brian Cashman has said what he said. Aaron Boone is tied to the hip. If he gets fired, Aaron Boone's going to probably go with him. I think they're both tied to the hip. So I don't think it's bad. I don't think there's any story behind anything that has been going back and forth with Alex and Derek.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he said with no knowledge or whatever, but I think it also too, if it was anybody else, I don't think there probably would have been, I wouldn't necessarily call it backlash, right? But some acknowledgement of what he said, why he said it, or what he meant by it. So I think that's just coming from him. It's definitely, I think it means a little bit something to everybody else just because of what he's done with the organization. I don't believe anything the Weasel says, so I've had to deal with it personally. Yeah, that's kind of where it stands. So he's going to show face. He's going to do exactly what he's done he's got to be one of the longest tenured GMs of any major sports in the history. So he's doing something right, or he's got pictures or something on somebody. So I'll leave that there if I ever want to do anything with the Yankees, which that'll never happen. So I'm good.
Well, Jabba, to me, I mean,
they're not getting my flag back though. They can suck it.
that quote that he had, to me, it seemed like he was just lying. I don't know. It's like the type of thing you say when you're lying. Here's a pretty good one, Errol. Oh, that's Nick Saban sitting on College game day with now fired coach James Franklin, and Nick Saban ripped Penn State for doing so on the show. He had some choice words. It's unfair as hell for you to go to the Rose Bowl, Fiesta Bowl, get to the Final Four, come out being ranked high this year, an expectation that you created by what you accomplished. For those people not to show enough appreciation and gratitude, it's unfair. History is the best indicator of what the future is going to bring, so you're going to do well wherever you go. Franklin was fired after Penn State suffered 3 straight losses, including 2 straight to teams they were favored over by 20-plus points. Franklin was 104-25 in his 11-plus year as Penn State head coach, but was 4-21 against top 10 teams and 15-29 against all ranked opponents. Errol, sounds like something that you were saying not that long ago. Dial it up!
I'm loving Nick Saban. He's absolutely right. How do you push a guy out after the success that he's had year in and year out? The last person to have that success in Penn State was Paterno. And you see this guy was 1 game away from being a national championship game, maybe a national champion. And to throw him out after a year after that, just despicable. I understand what Penn State and the fans are trying to do. They're very well followed. They're really a program that's known for winning, and it's a program that hasn't won in a very long time. So they're trying to win a championship. They're trying to win a national championship. But going this route makes no sense. Nick Saban is absolutely right. I got to give Nick Saban a little bit more credit, even though I can't stand the man. The guy knows what he's talking about. He's won national championships. Shame on Penn State. Shame on the fans, as me and Nick will stand forward for James Franklin. Take the Gator job.
So, it's always a matter of time of which job he was going to get with this new firing. Obviously, the Gator job is going to be the highly touted one. It was the highest touted one at the beginning of the year too. When it comes to, because there were rumors of Napier. Napier kept his job last year with the resurgent second half that he had. He upset some good teams, but that was always going to be talked about as the most. And like I said before, like especially with their basketball team now winning a national championship, they're willing to spend those resources too. So it's definitely an interesting vibe. Like I said before, I don't know if it's the SEC type of way, but who knows? James Franklin, maybe he changed his ways to evolve to the modern game more. That's why he wasn't winning the big games at Penn State like he did, but he's still, like Errol's saying, creating a good program. So it's definitely interesting when you have Saban's seal of approval if an SEC team would take that into consideration.
All right, let's move from the world of college football to the ring, where Danny Garcia had a memorable knockout in his last fight in Brooklyn. He did it again in Brooklyn.
Personal friend of mine, by the way, Danny Garcia. I'm going to work on getting Danny on the show. He doesn't really like to do interviews, but I'm working on Danny to come on the show. I've known Danny for a long time, so congratulations, Dan. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, like they said that this is going to be his last fight in the Barclays Center, where he is 8-2 in his career. He opened up the Barclays Center with a defeat of Eric Morales in 2012. He will finish 13 years later with the same fourth-round knockout, which with his signature left hook on Saturday night. I already knew what he was trying to do, Garcia said. Everybody thinks I'm flat-footed. They could just box around me like it's easy. But when you're in there with me, it's a whole different ball game. Kudos to Garcia. Errol, I think you got some personal stories here maybe to share. Dial it up!
All right, so I've known Danny Garcia really since he started boxing. Watched him train out of the Mike Tyson gym. I watched this guy knock out heavyweights. This guy has got one of the heaviest punches you'll ever see. He can hit you with the left. He can hit you with the right. He's a great boxer. He is not flat-footed. I don't know why anybody comes out and says that Danny Garcia is flat-footed. He's a power puncher. He's a knockout puncher. And what he did on Saturday night is just tells you what type of fighter he is. 37 years old. He's at the tail end of his career. Family man, one of the nicest people you'll ever meet. Personally, one of the coolest down-to-earth people you'll ever meet. Funny as hell, too. Tells a lot of jokes. Likes these old-fashioned jokes. He watches a lot of old-fashioned movies. He's great. He's just a great personality, and congratulations to him. Very, very well-deserved, and one of the greatest boxers, like punch-out, knockout punchers in his weight class in the last 25 years. And I expect Danny Garcia to fight at least 2 more, maybe 3 more fights. But as far as the Barclays Center, I think this will be the final fight. You see him at the Barclays Center. And remember, he's from New York, baby. New York bred, baby. I love him. Congratulations to Danny Garcia.
Pretty cool. You know, none of us really caught the fight. I just knew there was a little connection.
Always watch his fights. Love
and wanted to share that with you. Obviously, he said that he's not retiring, just not fighting anymore in Brooklyn.
He's not fighting anymore in Brooklyn, and that's his home. Brooklyn is his home away from home. He preaches how much he loves fighting here and loves being here. So I expect him to fight 2 or 3 more fights. I expect him to try to go after one more title and one more title fight. This guy can knock at anybody in any weight class. Even if he wants to put on some weight, I could see him fight in a cruiserweight or even light heavyweight if he really wanted to fight in those weight classes. So heaviest guys, I've seen him knock out some of the biggest guys, man. So he's not afraid of anybody. So Danny Garcia is not flat-footed. Whoever calls him flat-footed is an idiot.
Well, someone did, and it certainly pissed him off enough to get motivated for the right amount for that fight. So here we go. We got another story. Errol, I knew you're going to love this one. Talk about some hardware. Oh, this is Las Vegas Aces A'ja Wilson, who is now the Thanos of the WNBA. She made a statement on her Instagram going full Thanos. Yes, just as Thanos collected the Infinity Stones for his Infinity Gauntlet that allowed him to, spoiler alert, if you haven't seen the great movies from almost 10 years ago now, snap half of existence into oblivion. A'ja Wilson acquired accolades for her very own WNBA Infinity Gauntlet that she took on the parade for their title championship run this year. The 6 stones on Wilson's gauntlet represented her 2025 accomplishments of WNBA champion, WNBA MVP, Finals MVP, Defensive Player of the Year, scoring champion, and some award they call peak performer, which I think is an analytics award. Pretty wild. A lot of people were loving it on social media. This type of design, walking around with the Thanos snap going on over here. Errol, in ways to celebrate an awesome season, I feel like this one's pretty high up there. Dial it up!
She was the best basketball player in the world. I mean, as far as women's are concerned, WNBA, she was the best of the best, and very well deserved. I don't know much about what she did all season long. I just know numbers, and numbers would tell you that there was nobody better in the WNBA really all season long. She's very, very talented, very well deserved, and she should brag. She should dance around. Thanos or not, she really should take all the accolades, and people should respect what she's done as a professional basketball player. It's a great season for Wilson, and I expect her to be even better next year.
You just love seeing the love for the respect these players deserve. Because I think Ajaya Wilson, she's an absolute star. She's an absolute stud. She's such a great player in the league, and like you said too, let her celebrate. Let her. As a Thanos fan, I love it. When I saw the picture, I saw the stones, I saw the 6 stones, her little writing that she put on top of it, the MVP, Finals MVP, Finals champ. This team has been dominant, and it's really been besides her, and it's really been behind her, really her fueling the power behind this team. This team has been dominant the last 4 years. Third champion in the last 4 years, and really the only time they got a break was when the Liberty, of course, go Liberty, but the Liberty, of course, won the championship last year. And even then, they were in the finals, or the conference finals, to go to the finals against the Liberty. So, hey, you love to see it for women that are actually getting the respect that they deserve. The mainstream media that the media that you see them on. You love seeing it with Aja Wilson. As someone as dominant as her, she definitely deserves the respect that she definitely deserves.
All right, Tommy, let's move on to the last one. Over here. Again, pretty cool touch with that celebration. Oh, and here we go. We got the map up there. General Manager Mike Lombardi fundraised in Saudi Arabia for UNC football. Longtime Bill Belichick consigliere Mike Lombardi, who is currently the GM of UNC football program after serving in that capacity with the Patriots for several years. Reports came out last week he went to Saudi Arabia to secure funding for the UNC football program for some reason, I guess. Although that story has been amended to say he simply met with a Saudi national about fundraising, although originally it was said he was trying to get public Saudi money, which can only come from Saudi royalty. UNC apparently was okay with Lombardi's fundraising efforts, and the reports were the Saudis love UNC because of Michael Jordan and Bill Belichick. The Saudis have made lots of news recently with spending on American entertainment, from professional wrestling to stand-up comedy, and now, apparently, college football. Errol, dial it up!
First of all, why is anybody going to Saudi Arabia? I know that there was somebody named Prime that went to the Saudis and asked for some money, and it to me, you stay the hell away from it. I mean, this is American football, college football. Why are you bringing another country involved with it? I understand why Lombardi's doing it. There's a lot of money over there. There's a lot of rich people, princes, kings, whatever, queens, princesses. You want to grab some money. You want to spend a little bit of money, and you want to obviously get NIL deals. Makes a lot of sense why you're doing it. I just don't understand why you're bringing in another country to go and gravitate and bring in more money to the United States. I think that shouldn't be allowed. That shouldn't be accepted. And I think the NCAA needs to look into that and keep any country away from investing any money into college football and NIL deals.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, we were talking about the Coach Prime story last year. It's an illegal method. We talked about the one with Diego Pavia, with Vanderbilt, and a couple other guys with the Italian mob. It's like it's one of these like illegal operations just to get other type of money. And you see a program like North Carolina. Obviously, Bill Belichick has won a few like games against practically FCS schools this year. So you're in the desperation mode already, trying to get ahead of it on the transfer portal, trying to get ahead of it on the funds. When they had Mac Brown before that for a long time, that was kind of more of an old school type guy. And I think because of that, they just went into illegal operations in a sense. And you're right, Saudi Arabia is trying to get in all these soccer players. They're trying to get all these wrestling, like a lot of the guys who mentioned in the private chat. They're trying to get into it illegally just because they have all these rich guys over there. And again, college sports is really going down a wrong turn with how many schools, how many different types of programs you can go to. Remember, for a Power 4 school, there's going to be 20 to 25 teams within that. Who says there aren't just football teams doing this?
I mean, guys, the boosters. This is what the world is like now. If it's NIL, I get boosters money wherever I can get it from. I agree. They need to make rules about this.
Booster. That's illegal. That's
what? You don't think that? Look, no, it's not a crime, Speedy. It's not. There's nothing illegal about doing that, and the college was fine with it. Is it morally reprehensible? Perhaps that's a different story. But as far as legal, look, we know Belichick likes to do things that they have to then make illegal because he thinks of it before there's a law for it or a rule against it. Just like he did with every time he tried to break the rules in the NFL. That's it.
I don't like it. I think the NCAA needs to look into this, and they need to. Obviously, it's not illegal, but it should be illegal. They have to investigate it. They should not let any coaches or anybody from any of these programs go to Saudi Arabia and try to bring money to America. I think it's wrong. By the way, the draft is over. You ready to listen to my team? Tell me what you guys think. I got Alexander, Evan Mobley, Scotty Barnes, Julius Randle, De'Aaron Fox, Darius Garland, Isaiah Harnstein, Andrew Neymar, Devin Vessel, Jabari Smith, Lonzo Ball, Dylan Harper, and Kyrie Irving.
Oh, you did get Dylan Harper.
I did.
You got the wrong Ball.
Lonzo Ball.
He stinks. You got to get the brother's the good one.
Lonzo Ball hasn't. First of all,
LaMelo's the good one.
Yeah. Oh,
that was kind of confusing. Maybe he wasn't available.
No. Lonzo Ball is a good player. He just couldn't stay healthy. Lonzo Ball just
if he plays half a season, I don't know. I'll make some kind of bet about it.
He is a rebounder for his size, and he's a passer, and that's what
he hasn't played consistently in like 4 seasons.
Who cares? I got him now.
I expect you. He's going to be the first guy you end up dropping for somebody that's hot. That's who he is, or he'll be on the injured list.
Well, you want to see who's still available?
But I got other predictions, Errol, for this upcoming year. You want to do it? We got the first time we got the drop.
Let's spank it. Call your shot.
I'm not an X's and O's guy, right? I'm not a tactician. I'm a motivator in the classic sense of the word. You know, Lombardi, Charles Lindbergh, none over in India. Like those people. Call your shot.
All right, here it is. Call your shot. We've got some real random predictions that we're just going to throw out there into the wind and see what sticks. We got some real good feelings about it. Errol, who do you want to go in what order tonight?
All right, so let's bring Jared in. Why don't we have him in? That'd be fun. All right, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna go Speedy, Fish, Jared, Jabba, me. Here we go.
All right, be ready for my out there pick of Florida's next head coach, for a guy that was a Florida alum and a guy that not too long ago betrayed a particularly rising Pac-12 program to take over at Washington for Kalen DeBoer. That is Jedd Fisch, a guy that was a University of Florida alum in 1998, started his coaching career as a graduate assistant over there. And like I mentioned before with the basketball team, it fits the pattern of wanting to go for a younger guy. He's 49 years old, which is young for college coaching standards. He even had some NFL experience. This is a guy that has been a quarterback coach in a lot of different places. I mentioned Drinkwitz was the guy that I think they should hire, but I think it fits the pattern for somebody that wants to make a lot of money. $7 million on his current contract. He could get double there, almost double there probably at Florida for a guy that was a Gator. So give me bold pick, Jedd Fisch, next Florida Gators head coach.
All right. I got one for you, and it is based on something we were talking about earlier tonight. I'm going to say within the next 5 years, the Jacksonville Jaguars will be called the London Knights. They will be moved overseas to London. Since they've been starting to play these games, the Jaguars have played by far the most games in London. They have played now 14 games in London in this overseas play. The owners of the Jags have soccer teams in London. They've been wanting to bring that overseas mentality to the NFL. The London Knights is just sitting there for a franchise. What a great name. You can see the merch already. The Jaguars, that team doesn't bring it in, even though they can get a lot of fans down over there in northern Florida. It's not a big money maker for the NFL. It's just too obvious. I say within 5 years, it's the London Knights.
AEW is also huge in London right now, so I could easily see the Khans moving that
Tony
over.
Khan, AEW. I'm telling you, it's all set up. It's all set up.
All
right, who's up next? Jarrett, you up?
I believe it's me. So right at Penn State's next coaching hire, the word around the street I've heard recently is John Harbaugh. I don't see that happening at all. I think Penn State's going to aim big, and I think they're going to strike out. And I think their next head coach will be Matt Rule. He's a Penn State alum. He's a good coach. He's the exact opposite of what their fans want right now because he does not win top 10 games. He does not win any top 25 wins. But he's a solid coach. I think they might just get a stopgap in there. That would then leave, though, a coaching vacancy at Nebraska. I believe Nebraska's next head coach next year will be the newly fired Brian Kelly. He'll be gone for sure at the end of the season. That seems like he's a program builder. That's kind of what he is. He's not really a fit for any top-tier school right now. Nebraska, he could help Nebraska get back to being a top-level school until they get their real next head coach. It just seems like their next kind of guy, and it seems like the trajectory right now for Brian Kelly as well.
All right, but Java, before you give a reaction, I just want to say, wouldn't it also be funny if Penn State hires Rule and then Nebraska hires Franklin right after that? Essentially into a trade.
I mean, I wouldn't be pissed about it.
You're not saying no to Franklin.
Oh, no. I'm not at all. Literally, I would, just scratch my head because if you want to trade him, I guess trade him. Franklin fits the MO of kind of the same thing we have here because it's literally, he's good with the media. He, doesn't go crazy, has great, they hated Bo Pelini because Bo Pelini still won 9 games a year, but he hated the media. He didn't like talking to him. He told them what he felt and told them to stick it where the sun don't shine, and they didn't like that. But he won 9 games, but he couldn't win a big one either. So that's kind of just been our spiel. But yeah, if that's the case, Jared, I'll go with you, but I wouldn't take Brian Kelly. I'd take the.
No one wants
Franklin. Let's just go straight across right now. I'd do it. You're not wrong though. I don't know if you guys saw this, but Rule, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, started talking about Penn State, and it was my team where I'm his family still lives there. He's from there. So it wouldn't surprise me, but the crazy part is his contract here, it's not like a buyout. He would actually have to pay the school $5 million. So it's doable because then they wouldn't be paying, because we were paying 4 coaches at one time. Nebraska doesn't care. All we have is college football.
Yeah, I was going to say, Scott Frost is probably hard to recover from.
I think we just stopped paying Bo Pelini. We were still paying, what's his dick? Who do we bring in after that?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I don't like at the same time.
He was a coach for the AAFL, whatever it was. He sucked too. He's from Oregon State, whatever the hell his name. I don't remember his name. He was awful. He was a 500 guy. But no, yeah, that'll be interesting. I like to see that play out. But mine
Mike
Riley. You're right. Yep, Mike Riley. You're right. He'd always get him ice cream and sprinkles. That's how the media portrayed him. We played good. Let's go get ice cream and sprinkles.
Yeah, I didn't read at all.
No, he's terrible. Mine is, we've talked about how they're going to expand baseball in a couple years. But mine is not going to be in the U.S. I believe they are going to bring it back to Montreal. And I think with the way the Jays have obviously been winning and how crazy Canada is about sports, and how it was already a storied franchise. And they have obviously the infrastructure to do it because they've done it before. And it was kind of thrown to the wayside. Don't be surprised if one of those, like Nashville or somebody else that is already like has the infrastructure but trying to find a place to put it, because that's kind of the biggest thing, if Montreal is not one of those three that they expand to.
All right. And our final call, your shot. Well, it's a bold one, ladies and gentlemen, but this is what I believe. Next year, the WNBA MVP is going to be none other than Caitlin Clark. I absolutely believe next year, I said it, it's going to take 3 years for her to become the MVP of the WNBA. This past year, before her injury, she averaged 16 points, 5 rebounds, 8.8 assists per game, and almost 2 steals a game. She's going to double her points next year. She's going to get between 22 and 23 points next year. She's going to average probably around 7 to 8 rebounds a game and 10 assists. She's going to be a triple-double player next year. And this team...
Target Wendy Ground in these...
Well, I don't know what that sound is, but I think with the Fever doing what they did this year, they're going to be even better. They're a young team, up-and-coming team, and now they get their best player back. 3 years, and I said it's going to take 3 years.
And she's going to average a triple-double, you said?
Close to a triple-double. She's going to average 28 and 8 or 28 and 9. That's where I think she's going to be. LeBron James type of numbers. I expect Caitlin Clark to be the WNBA MVP next season. Book it, ladies and gentlemen. Book it. I'm telling you. Remember I said this. Caitlin Clark, the WNBA MVP next year. That's all I'm going to say about that. So I got LeBron James going to the Mavericks. Speedy, you remember my second one? Think about it.
It was the Tank. I forget that last name. Knocking out Jake Paul.
That's right.
I don't remember his last name.
Yeah, Tank.
Okay. Davis.
Yeah, Tank Davis, and now Caitlin Clark. So listen. I'm going 3 for 3, baby. I'm going 3 for 3. Remember, I said this. Caitlin Clark, WNBA MVP. 22 points, 8 or 9 rebounds. Probably, I would say about 7 to 8, because she's got 5 rebounds a game. She's gonna probably put 2 or 3 more on that, and she has 8.8 assists. Put 1 more on that, 9 assists per game, 9.5 assists per game. She is going to have a breakout season. Best player in the WNBA moving forward, Caitlin Clark. So Asia Wilson, move out of the way. Caitlin is on her way. Do you see what I said? That's a little rhyme for you, Speedy. Anyways, that's it for our show. It was a great one. We like to thank the one and only Rob Ninkovich. He was fantastic. It's his first time on the show, and we definitely would love to get him back on the show. Shout out to Nathan for getting Rob Ninkovich on the show, and Jet hater, but I'm starting to
like. He gave Rex Ryan respect in the beginning.
He's growing on, in many different ways. And Jabba, as you know, he was telling you, he kept his dirty underwear from winning the 2009 World Series. So, Speedy, if you want to sign it, maybe Jabba will let you sign it.
I don't care about signing Jabba's underwear.
That's weird.
I said I don't care, Jabba. You can keep your underwear.
No, you're fine.
Speedy likes to wear dirty underwear on his head. Right, Speedy?
I lost a bet.
But you wore dirty underwear.
Yes. I lost a bet. Thank you, Carl.
Thank you, Carl.
Anyways, thank you to all the fans. We really appreciate everybody listening to us. Speedy, who do we have on the show on Wednesday?
All right. Joining the show for the first time at 8:45 will be Emmanuel Barberi, Yankees postgame host. He's on WFAN and SNY, and also does some college basketball broadcasting for Fox and for Siena Hoops as well.
Manny is one of the nicest people I have ever met. I saw him at an event that I was over the summer. He noticed me. I noticed him. We spoke. He is a lot taller than I expected. Guy's like 6'4", but very, very nice kid. He's doing good things. He's doing things with the Yankees. At one point, a lot of people thought was going to be the voice of the New York Yankees, but he's growing into it, and I'm looking forward to seeing and him moving up in his success of his career. So I'm interested to hear what he's got to say about the Yankees. He wants the chance to work, a kind of interview with Jabba a little bit and get his take, because Jabba was one of his favorite players too growing up. So we'll get Emmanuel on. Manny, call him Manny, Speedy. Thank you to Spotify, Apple, all the fans following us, YouTube, Instagram, X, on all the social media platforms. Roku, we're on. All of them. Everybody. And keep following us on YouTube and searching us on YouTube. Jabba in the Mouth, Worldwide Sports Radio Network. We really appreciate you guys. We love you. We'll be back on Wednesday. Stay out of trouble and stay away from Speedy's underwear. Good night.
It's the world.